Well, the kind of casting philosophy that Francis and I had on all these films, including The Godfathers and Apocalypse Now, we go kind of in depth. We see dozens, hundreds of actors, usually on both coasts in New York and LA. And Apocalypse Now was pretty much, we had a lot of interviews, went on for weeks and weeks, seeing a lot of people, some people that we already knew. And then after some weeks and weeks of interviewing guys, and we went to a screen test. And we rented a soundstage, small soundstage here in Hollywood, where a lot of commercials had been made. And it was a typical Francis Coppola style of testing, where it was kind of free-flowing. It was not a formal thing where somebody waits in the waiting room and then brought in. Everybody was standing around, kind of trading parts and getting to know each other.
Mike, would you read Kilgore? Glenn, I'd like you to read, no, I'll wait for a minute. I'd like Tommy, you read Willard. Freddie's gonna read Chef. And Sam, you read Lance. And Albert, you read Chief. And the problem is this. You guys are fresh. You want to get your boat from here to there. These guys are beginning to get weird.
Francis and I like the interview process. We like talking to actors. We spend a lot of time with them. And then usually end up testing the ones that we feel are the most right.
How fat can they get? Let me ask you a question. How much water you got on those tracks?
Well, during the testing period, we tested all kinds of actors, even Nick Nolte, who was a kind of a rising star. He hadn't become a big star.
We saw one of them goddamn tracks coming right out across the fucking road, slopping water all over the place.
The four guys, Frederick Forrest, of course, was kind of obvious because he had been in the conversation for us, and he was kind of family with us. There wasn't even testing for that. We just gave the part to Freddie. Sam Bottoms was one of the ones we interviewed. He was a kind of rising young actor. He was still a teenager then.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know what I was doing then. She was, man, she was my dream.
We had tracked him and his brothers. They've been an acting family from Santa Barbara.
She wanted to see me sometime. So, she worked over at IBM, and we'd get together in a lunch hour. And my car, and
Yeah?
she had this leather skirt. No.
Leather.
Short leather skirt. And I'd put my hand in her legs.
Come on, man.
Oh,
God, what are you doing, man? Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry. I gotta say it. And she'd get really turned on. And in my van, we'd just go crazy. We'd do everything.
Everything. Come on, Lance, what'd you do?
She had the most fantastic body. The most incredible leg. Had great tan. Come on, you guys. Stick with me.
Larry Fishburne, I had seen in a TV movie, If You Give a Dance, You Gotta Pay the Band, which a friend of mine had written. And he says, there's this kid in this movie I wrote, you better check out. So I always kept Larry Fishburne's name in mind, and we brought him in and he tested.
Where are you from?
New York.
New York. What part of New York?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn? Where's your zip gun?
Oh, what?
Your zip gun. Don't tell me you don't know what a zip gun is.
Right here.
That? Shit, I thought you all carried zip guns. What are you doing with that?
I don't know. Pins.
From Brooklyn, huh?
Yeah.
I heard the guys from Brooklyn are really bad.
Yeah, they bad enough.
How bad are you?
I don't expect you want to know.
You drafted or you volunteered for this?
Drafted.
Drafted, huh?
Yeah.
Am I boring you?
I'll let you know.
He told us he was 17 or 18. He was really 14, but we didn't find that out until we got to the Philippines. Albert Hall, I had seen in a play. Francis might have been with me. I can't remember what the play was, but we remembered this actor. And he was not a guy that had done many film roles, if any.
And I said I wanted to know what this special massage was, and then she got embarrassed. Special massage is with the hand. I said, you just been giving me a hand massage. Now what is this very special massage? She didn't want to answer that. Just said I was a very number 10 GI. Said it over and over again, and I kept asking her. Finally I said, I'll pay you $4 if you tell me. That seemed to get her even more. She said she'd show me. I said, no. I want you to just show me. I just want to hear about it first. And we sat there looking at each other. She turned red and looked down, giggling. Very special massage is the mouth. What now?
What'd you do?
What happened? That's when the rockets hit the place. They hit it 3 times. I think she got zapped.
He had the perfect quality of a captain, and he was easily the one we wanted for it. Well, there were these 4 characters who were the regular guys on this boat. And then there's Willard, the character Willard. We thought we had Steve McQueen for a while, but then he decided he couldn't deal with going to the jungle for, he thought it might be 2 or 3 months. It turned out to be 1.25 years. So he was right, if he couldn't take it for 3 months. So he passed. We might have even considered Jack Nicholson or something. All that before we got to Harvey Keitel. Harvey Keitel was who we chose for Willard. And somehow it just wasn't working. And at a certain point we made the decision. And I had to go over to Harvey's hotel and give him the news. It's not that Harvey wasn't a great actor. He is a terrific actor, great actor. So we had to shut down the movie and recast. And so Francis and I flew back to LA, cast Marty Sheen, who we had tested for Michael, the Godfather, so we knew him and we liked him. Went back to the Philippines and threw Marty into it. And only after the deed was done did the press even hear about it. Find the extras to fill out the Army characters. We tried to get military cooperation. I remember going back and forth with the Department of Defense and the bureau that they had to deal with movies. And of course they did not like our script. And they were always nice and kind, but they wouldn't give us any help whatsoever. There was a lot of Americans who couldn't get into medical schools in the States. So they would go to the Philippines and study medicine, get their degree in the Philippines. We used some of those. There were very young kids that were going to American schools there because their parents were, in some business or something out there. So some of the GIs that you see in there are actually 14 years old, 15, but in a uniform they look fine.
Cheer up, son.
In one sequence where the Playboy Bunnies, we have a whole audience of GIs there. We had everybody in there. There was, I think, Francis' sons were in there. I think Marty Sheen's sons were in there, just to fill it out. It was always a big, big hustle to make sure we could fill out the Army with what we had access to in the Philippines. It was never easy. The Hmong in Kurt's compound were people that lived way up in the mountains in the Philippines, who in some way were racially related to the real Hmong people in Vietnam and looked just like them. So we sent one of our production assistants, a girl named Eva Gardos, who went on to be a film editor and a director herself. We would send her up to these villages way up in the mountains, and she would make friends with the village, and she would bring back the right Hmong for that sequence. Today, I hear directors are just looking at tapes and kind of making their choices through tapes and not spending too much time on the interview process. That's just not the way Francis and I like to do it.
Jimmy, take that helmet off. It looks ridiculous.
It's a fun period for us.
Triangle.
We love actors and we love spending time with them. It's a lot of fun.
When I was hired, I was 14 years old.
How old are you?
17.
While we were shooting, I had my 15th and my 16th birthdays. When the film was released in August of '79, I had just celebrated my 17th birthday.
He said Vietnam was the best thing they could have done for my ass.
We were a very tight team. We ran that boat, and that was our life support. And we all relied on one another very much, and we worked off of each other.
We got to be family even in rehearsal. The way Francis cast the movie, he really had people come in and improvise scenes. And he had asked us to host, to be anchors for that. In fact, the boat crew, me, Fred, and Sam, and Larry, Lawrence Fishburne, we had been there all day long in Los Angeles as people come in to audition, and we were the ones they auditioned with. And Francis improvised scenes around that. And during that time, we got to be family. So by the time we actually got in the Philippines and started shooting, we were pretty solid with each other, as we still are.
You read Willard. Freddie's gonna read Chef. And Sam, you read Lance. And Albert, you read Chief, okay? Let's just, what we'll do now, we'll just read it just to read it, to know what we're doing.
Francis come to us and said, you guys got the characters now. Don't act. You know.
Is it gonna be Harry?
I don't know, kid. Yeah, probably.
You like it like that, Captain? When it's hot, Harry?
Fuck.
Francis was the first director that I'd ever met who kept asking for more. I'd never had that challenge before, and I liked it.
We weren't acting, we were just living. We had those characters down.
I didn't get out of the goddamn eighth grade for this kind of shit!
We got to grow with the characters and our relationships, and I mean, there was so much love and respect on that film that I've never experienced like that.
A lot of people ask me, what happened to where's the dog? I'll run into people on the street, where's the dog?
Where'd the dog go?
What I tell them is I say, well, Lance becomes the dog, and in a way he does.
Where's the dog?
Lance never speaks again in the picture. He's there. You feel his presence, but he's just sort of surfing through it all.
You know, these are all things I think that add to the film. They add to the depth of it, and they add to, you know, the political aspect of the film. There's also a history lesson about why America was involved in the Vietnam War. And the burial, for example, is a real tribute to the youth of America, or at least in the way that Francis explained it to me all those years ago.
Clean's funeral, Albert Hall is incredible in it. You got to see another side to him. You saw the dignity of that character that he expressed so well. I mean, every time I see that, it makes me cry. And I was there.
You know, here we were, me, in this case, me and Larry, both black. And here we are fighting for a country, and I lose him. Reflecting on the fact that there were more blacks in that war, you know, and perhaps the inequity of that, you know. And that was very good juice and substance to use emotionally right there.
It's more than just like a little movie I made, you know. It is a very big movie that a lot of people made. It also happens to be, you know, the most significant experience of my adolescent life.
We're the hollow men. We're the stuffed men, leaning together, headpiece filled with straw, alas. Our dried voices when we whisper together are quiet and meaningless as wind in dry grass, or rat's feet under broken glass in our dry cellar. Shape without form, shade without color, paralyzed force, gesture without motion. Those who have crossed with direct eyes into death's other kingdom remember us, if at all, not as violent souls, lost, but only as the hollow men, the stuffed men. Eyes I dare not meet in dreams, in death's other kingdom too, these do not appear. There the eyes are sunlight on a broken column. There is a tree swinging, and voices are in the wind, singing, more distant and more solemn than a fading star. Let me not be nearer in death's undead kingdom. Let me also wear such deliberate disguises as rat's coat, crow's skin, cross staves in the field, Behaving as the wind behaves, no nearer. Not that final meeting in Death's twilight kingdom. This is the dead land. This is the cactus land. Here, the stone images are raised. Here they receive the supplication of the dead man's hand. Is it like this in Death's other kingdom? Walking alone, at the hour when we are trembling with tenderness. Lips that would kiss form prayers to broken stones. The eyes are not here, there are no eyes here in this valley of dying stars. In this hollow valley, this broken jaw of our lost kingdoms. In this last of meeting places, we grope together and avoid speech. Gathered on the beach of the tumid river. Sightless, useless, the eyes reappear as the perpetual star, multifoliate, rose of Death's twilight kingdom, the hope only of empty men.
Well, I'll tell you, we need about 15 more minutes on the Infigal, and then we need about half an hour on the arm.
Here we go round the prickly pear. Here we go round the prickly pear. Here we go round the prickly pear. At 5 o'clock in the morning. Between the idea and the reality, between the motion and the act, falls the shadow. For thine is the kingdom. Conception and the creation, between the emotion and the response, falls the shadow. Life is very long. Between the desire and the spasm, between the potency and the existence, between the essence and the descent falls the shadow. For thine is the kingdom. Life is, for thine is the
C, take one.
Passage this moment is to walk up to Kurtz.
I can't think of any more dialogue today.
What's it like to have all these people ready?
Go with Ellie's.
It's grand. It's grand to have people in the city. The boys, so bright and then why not? Why shouldn't we be in control? Why shouldn't we be in control of death? Anyone who interprets history in other ways. This is the way the world ends. This is the way the world ends. This is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper.
That's coming from where we going, Captain.
Street gang, this is Almighty. Standing by, over.
Where are you from?
Military intelligence, Captain.
No, I mean where back home?
Needles, California. You know where that is?
Why, I need a mission.
Yeah, well, I think you might have one now, Captain. Get you squared away to get there.
You know anything about it?
No.
Hell, you say?
No, I don't know anything about it.
Bullshit, you guys know about everything.
I just came to get you, Captain. Here, take that back. I think I can finish it up right now.
Oh, Captain, what do you think of the Special Forces?
Well, I've had occasion to work with them, sir, and very impressive. What I mean is, I haven't thought about them that much. I saw the movie.
What movie?
Green Berets, General. John Wayne.
Oh, we gave cooperation to that movie. God knows how many troops, how many helicopters we furnished to make the green beanies look like soldiers.
What, in your estimation, is the mission of Special Forces, Captain?
Say again, sir.
What is the mission of the Green Berets?
Oh, sir, primarily it's counterinsurgency warfare with indigenous troops and the like.
Yes, they're the elite troops. I know that. And they are a new breed. I realize that. Question that I have, Captain, about the Special Forces is under whose control are they?
You've heard of Colonel Walter E. Lely, Captain?
Yeah, I've heard the name, yes, sir.
Operations Officer, 5th Special... Operations Officer, 5th Special Forces.
Yes, let me see that.
Lely commands the CIDG, Civilian Irregular Defense Group. The Berets have around 25 of these camps all along the Cambodian border. 400 natives advised by 7 Americans. Mostly Montagnards, Nungs, Rods, Hakamau, Mai.
The itinerary for your stay will be to tour our facility to get a better picture of our mission in the Central Highlands. Tomorrow, you'll be flown to Cam Ranh Bay to observe the Vietnamization program in progress. As you know, this is a program which includes training and teaching the Arvin forces. Later on today, we will host a gourmet dinner of steak and ice cream and your choice of beverages flown in from Saigon. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll follow me, we'll begin our tour of the facility.
Bên này đâu chưa? Thôi mẹ ơi, xong rồi mẹ ơi. Tôi với bà mai mốt gặp nữa. khúc là để đó chị. Hai á, bà mua giùm tôi 5 bạc trâu.
Mua mấy? Bao nhiêu?
Bố cho bà mua cho ít trăm bạc trâu. Bên này đâu chưa? Thôi mẹ ơi, xong rồi mẹ ơi. Tôi với bà mai mốt gặp nữa. Khúc là để đó chị. Hai á, bà mua giùm tôi 5 bạc trâu.
Mua mấy? Bao nhiêu? Hả?
We need a man to take a hazardous trip. We're looking for a man who has experience in this type of mission, which you have. And we're looking for a man who's good at it, which you are. But above all, we're looking for a man who loves his country and who is absolutely loyal to the Army. So the question we come down to, Captain Willard, is, are you that man?
Yes, sir, of course. I have been off for a bit, but I assure you, sir, I'm able, fit, and quite willing to accept whatever assignment it is you intend for me.
But I do have some good news for you, Captain. I recommended you for promotion. In a few weeks, when the paperwork's completed, you'll be entitled to wear oak leaves on your collar. Luke, do you have those? I asked Captain Lucan to get these because I thought that you might want to take them with you on the mission, and when you get back, I'll be glad to pin them on you personally.
Thank you, Jim. I'm honored. I'll look forward to returning, sir.
I want to emphasize that this mission is voluntary, without jeopardizing your promotion or your career in any way at all. You may refuse it if you wish.
Well, sir, I understand that, and I accept with pride, sir.
Your mission is to proceed up the Nung River in a Navy patrol boat. Pick up Colonel Laley's path at New Mung Ba. Follow it, learn what you can along the way. When you find the Colonel, infiltrate his team by whatever means available and terminate the Colonel's command.
Say again, sir.
Terminate Colonel Laley's command. That's the job, son.
Captain Willard, Quartermaster Chief Phillips, sir. Glad to have you aboard, sir.
Thank you.
The captain, meet our crew. Engineman Second Class Hicks. We call him the chef. Afternoon, sir.
Hicks?
It's Gunner's Mate Third Class Miller, otherwise known as Mr. Clean. Afternoon, sir.
Okay. You call him clean?
Well, everything he does is incredibly clean, sir, just spick and span.
I bet he does.
On the bow, sir, we got Gunner's Mate Third Class Johnson. His first name is Lance. Good afternoon, Captain. All right, Captain, I've been briefed. I'm standing by and ready to get underway. I'll understand you'll give me my destination, sir.
Yeah, once we're underway, Chief. He was no general, for he was not old. He was no private, for he could not be sold. He was only a man, and his dedication extended to the last decree. Poor, pretentious soldier, come home. The dark Los Angeles evening is teeming the church that we attended, and I miss my boy. Stupid and green. What color of green when I watch the TV and I see helicopters swirling. Their beautiful and bountiful sensation over fields and the comic walls. And I can only smile and fix the meal and think about the child who will one day own you. In conclusion, darling, let me repeat,
Your home is still here, invalid and certain, and I open the wide smile of my remembrance of your lunging thighs. I know you love me to talk this way. I hope no one sees this message, written in the calm, lonely, far-out, languid afternoon, with my total love, sure.
Chief, off the bow. It's another one of those dead babies.
Steer clear of it.
I think I want this one. It's a nice one.
Just wait a minute, Lance. Just hold on. Steer clear of it. Lance! 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 Just hold! Wait a minute, Sheriff!
What is it?
Wait a minute! Firing off the bow.
Hey, what the fuck was that?
You know they booby trap them things.
Kill their own babies.
Whatever you got in there, Captain, I hope it's worth the trip.
You don't know how happy this makes me, sir. Why? Now I can get out of here. If I can find a way. Hey! We need supplies and fuel. Can we get them here? No, listen, I'd clear out of here as soon as I could if I were you, sir. Charlie's gonna start throwing it in hard. Lieutenant! What is this? This bridge is of strategic importance for keeping the highway into Chio Rio open. Every night they build it, and by 0800, Charlie's blown it to shit. It plus a lot of good men. But the generals like to say that road is open. Nobody uses that road but Charlie, Captain. You're in the asshole of the world, Captain.
Take who away?
Him. Colonel Kurtz. These are all his children, man, as far as you can see. Hell, man, out here, we're all his children. And now I'd like to get the names of all the men on the boat. And,
J. Hicks, engine mate second class.
Hicks?
Wait a minute. Shut up, will you, Chef? Fella, what are you doing here? Are you doing a story on this?
No. No, man, I'm not doing the story here. No.
What are you doing?
Well, you see, this is the story. And you've arrived. Oh, you've been a lot of places, and I've been a lot of places, but this is the war, man. This is it. You just look it right in the face, motherfucker, if you can stand it. Ooh, you just grab it and you just take it and you kiss it right on the mouth if you can stand it.
What's your name again? You never told me your name.
I'm a freelance photographer.
Is he responsible for that? Is Colonel Kurtz?
You can't judge a colonel. You can't judge him like an ordinary man. You can't judge him like an ordinary man. I mean, there's shit out here, man, that, Hey, look. I don't have words. I take pictures, you know what I mean?
Please don't take my picture.
I got this one already in focus.
Listen, could I talk to this Colonel Kurtz?
What happened here?
What happened? Last night. NVA regulars. We killed most of them. I think.
Where is Colonel Kurtz?
Colonel Kurtz.
Those heads, they're rebel heads. And sometimes he goes too far, and he's the first one to admit it.
Palo yun sa'yo, kapapalo yun. Ano, palo ko ng palo. Paluin mo mabuti. Palo ng palo. Oui, colonel.
Ah, n'a pas encore parlé, cette femme?
Sino, colonel? Malyabi, les palyabi. Oui.
Ah, mettre sa tête en bas et mettre sa tête dans un sac de fourmis. Et après, demande un peu. Mais être sûr que les autres voient bien et donne-eux de l'eau et du fruit.
Oui, oui, colonel. Oui.
Et ce type?
Nothing yet.
Non? Il est mort? Ben. These prisoners, Captain, have information that they're withholding from me, so they're interfering with my plans. Can you understand that?
I understand.
If I were to give you this weapon, would you kill me?
Yes.
Why? Why?
Because of what you're doing here.
You've seen all this before, Captain.
Not like this.
Captain, why do you find it so difficult to accept what you see here? Is it because you're afraid to look? Afraid to see something within yourself that you didn't know was there? Is that it? Why? Why, Captain? You remind me of my colleagues in Washington. Those master liars. They want to win this war, but they can't bear to be thought of as cruel. They want to destroy the enemy, but they hate to admit that they're simply murdering them. And they insist that they are civilized. They insist that they are moral. They insist that they are ethical. And you will find, later or sooner, Captain, that those words are meaningless in this wilderness. Meaningless.
What the fuck are you talking about? Are you trying to tell me that what you're doing here is right?
No, I'm simply saying that's what is.
And there's no difference between right and wrong?
Oh, yes. Yes. A world of difference. It's wrong to lose. It's right to win. It's wrong to be inside those cages. It's right to be outside.
I'm wrong and you're right.
Yes.
So why the fuck don't you just shoot me now and get it over with? What do you feel when you see all this death? Anything? You feel anything when you kill?
Yes, I feel.
What?
Recoil. I feel the recoil from the shotgun.
Cut me loose, will you? I gotta pee.
Listen. I gotta get out of here fast, man. I'm not kidding either. I gotta get out of here fast. I'm not kidding. I got two things I gotta tell you, and that's all. And then I'm gonna blow, man. They're gonna kill me, man. Oh, the word's out. I was gone, man. I was gone so far out in that jungle, man. There's something wrong with me, man, because I had to come back and I had to tell you something. I had to relay something to you, mister. I had to tell you something really important. All right? I got it, man. I got it. I took his picture, man. And he knows it. He knows it. He's gonna kill me, man. I'm dead. That's it. The word's out right here, right now, anytime, any moment. He's gonna blow my mind away. It's all right. It's okay because, hey, man, it's all right because you see, you know, I may appear to be the fool, but I got a couple of dudes with a canoe. It's hidden away, and hey, you got any spare cigarettes?
I ain't got shit.
He ain't got shit. That's what I figured. You know, I came back, man, because, well, I realized out there when I'm gone that you're the one that's gonna have to watch out for him and for his reputation. And, hey, I'm serious. Okay? Somebody's gonna have to tell the whole story of Colonel Kurtz. They'll lie. They love to lie. You know the one thing that America learned to do in this war? Lie, man. Lie better than any country in the world. Lie, lie. Well, I'm gonna stay here, even if he kills me, until I know that he's in good hands. And that's the only reason I'm here, man. I'm only here. Even if I'm killed, man. Oh. Oh.
special forces knife. Willard, when you go back to the world, you go see my wife and kids and explain to them, but not everything. Willard. Officer, you kill him. You kill Kurtz. You kill him.
As we entered the final phase of the editing of Apocalypse Now and began to prepare for its release, there began to be a lot of controversy about the film. It was long in coming. It was, of course, a very mysterious film to the press because they really hadn't seen anything of it. But most of all, there began to be this issue that there were, in fact, two endings to Apocalypse Now, which was really not the case. What I think gave this this impression was the fact that when you edit, of course, you try many options and you preview the film with many options. One of the options we did have was the explosion of the Kurtz compound. We had built quite a formidable structure there in the Philippines, but it was not built to be a permanent structure, and so we were required by law to remove it. Of course, we thought, well, let's blow it up and photograph it. We can photograph it with many cameras. We could use some cameras with infrared films, and that maybe we would get something very interesting, certainly very surrealistic. And so, obligated to remove the compound, we set up to blow it up. It would take a lot of explosives, and there would be a lot of cameras, and that perhaps this footage might be useful in the film. The ending of the film turned on really Willard becoming the new Kurtz, and I very much wanted to put my own vision about the future, that once one gets beyond war, beyond this extraordinary conflict that happened in modern times, that perhaps there would be a future without war. And so I wanted Willard to throw away his weapons and have the Montagnard followers throw them away as well, and have him take the young Lance by the hand and lead him maybe to a new age. And so the idea of him calling in the airstrike, which would in fact kill all those people,
seemed to me wrong for the theme I was trying to express. But we did have this footage. Now, when the film Apocalypse Now was released in its original format, which was 70mm, there was no main title and there were no end titles. And so the film ended, the people had been given a program, and that was the end. But when the film was about to have its normal 35mm release, the idea of giving programs was no longer feasible. And perhaps I made the mistake that at the end we would have a normal credit sequence with these explosions. But the appearance of these prints in general release seemed to reinforce the idea that perhaps there really were two options for the ending, and that the explosions of the Kurtz compound really supported the idea that there was another more warlike, apocalyptic ending, which was not really my intention. So as soon as I realized that this 35mm credit sequence over the explosions was supporting this view, I pulled it back and I created a title sequence just over black. Again, I remind everyone that the film had no credits in the form that I had imagined, and only a program. So we have this Kurtz compound sequence, a surreal sequence of it being blown up with many, many cameras, many different formats of film, and we present it here as an extra, and I ask you to consider it as something of its own and not certainly an alternate ending.
Point, Francis decided that the film was only going to be shown in one theater. It was going to be a specially built, constructed theater that would be erected in the geographic center of the United States, somewhere in Kansas. And it would just show this film only, and the film would run for 10 years, and it would be a fantastic cinematic experience, sort of like going to Mount Rushmore. You'd go to see this film.
And the exhibitors, the fuckers, are going to see it. And then they're going to play the picture on our terms, with our sound, the way we want them to show it.
I began to think, well, let's do this as a big war film and do it as a huge production with Sense-Around, which was a new process that Universal had invented, which would rock the seats, and shoot it in IMAX, make it as big as possible.
The theater in Kansas was not constructed, but the film was released in quadraphonic sound. That was one of those ideas that actually made it to the screen.
The Jazz Singer was the first sound film to be released in the US, in fact worldwide. And at that time, most screens were pretty small, so the image that you saw was a long way away and pretty minute. As a result, the sound was in mono, single loudspeaker behind the screen. When we got to the early 50s, the first sign of competition from television occurred. People started having black and white TVs in their living rooms. And the result was that the film industry felt that in some way they had to compete in terms of the quality of the presentation. In fact, the most landmark issue that resulted from it was the issue of The Robe in 1953, which was 20th Century Fox's first CinemaScope picture, which was twice as wide as anything anybody had seen in the cinema before. And they felt that you couldn't have a picture that wide without sound to match it. As a result, they developed what was called a 4-track magnetic process. left, center, right, across the screen, and a surround channel, a single surround channel behind you. By 1970, these big picture formats were dying out. You might perhaps catch a 70mm release in a big city for what was called a roadshow release, but that was very rare. But there's competition again coming from the home. Color TV is the norm, and people are getting more sophisticated staying at home. So the film industry had to fight back in some measure. And that was one of the things that led to, in the mid-70s, to the release of Dolby Stereo. This meant we had 4-channel sound in the theaters, left, center, right, and surround, all off the conventional photographic optical process. But the print was compatible for playback in a mono theater. And indeed, the print cost was no higher than that of a conventional mono-optical soundtrack. There were still occasional 70mm releases, but the way that was done was for 5 channels behind the screen. There was, let us say, one solo voice. So what would happen was that single voice would get spread on all 5 channels, and the result was a big, foggy mess. You wouldn't know where the sound was going to come from. And I really wanted to do something better for 70mm. And the next step in that history came in 1977 with the release of a little film called Star Wars. So my thinking was that using 2 tracks instead of half left and half right for the 5 channels behind the screen, we'd take the 70mm print and just use left, center, and right, and take those 2 intermediate tracks and just use them to augment the bass response. And that came to be known as Baby Boom. That's why Star Wars is pretty clear behind the screen, good stereo definition in the original 1977 release, but also had much better bass response than the cinema than was common at the time.
And I'll take my time. I'll turn down any exhibitor who doesn't have a theater that is in condition to have an audience.
So it was apparent that the next logical step would be to try and find a process that would enable you to have stereo surround tracks, both left and right. But significant that Apocalypse Now was one of the very first, in fact, the first announced film to have a stereo surround format, which we tentatively call split surround or stereo surrounds.
Helicopter surrounds. So it goes.
Really, it's the great-grandfather or the grandfather of what today is on almost every film release and every DVD release, which is known as 5.1 sound, which 5.1 channels are 3 channels behind the screen, left surround, right surround, and a subwoofer channel, which is the 0.1. Here we have 6 magnetic stripes on the film. Look like 3, but there's 2 tracks here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And those tracks on a conventional 70mm would be left, center, right, and a mono surround track. Sometimes the 2 extra half channels of half left and half right. So on Apocalypse, what we have was left, then a track that has the low frequency information and also the high frequency information for left rear. And then center, half right is the same boom and surround combination, and then a mono surround track for theaters that are not equipped for this new stereo surround format. What I'd say is the average person in the home today has got his surrounds turned up far too high and his subwoofers turned up far too high because he wants to show off to his neighbor that he's got a home theater. And in actual fact, it's not replicating the intent of the movie maker the way that the average film is played back at home. God damn it.
The film starts in the black, and we hear this, for lack of a better description, the ghost helicopter. I don't know where it got that name. Maybe Walter named it.
There is this disembodied helicopter which fully uses all 5 channels.
I was working in my studio here in the basement. There was this call, we need something to open the movie with. The sound of a helicopter.
I think it's safe to say that nobody who was working on the Apocalypse Now soundtrack had worked on a multi-channel mix before. That is, a movie that was going to play through multiple speakers in movie theaters. So a lot of planning was necessary.
Walter, who had been developing his ideas for some time with Francis, had arrived at a graphic representation for what I would call the acoustical or the sound architecture of the picture.
One of the things that he did was to draw very, very specific and precise visual representations of how the kinds of sounds were going to mesh with each other.
They provided, certainly for Walter, a way of crystallizing or making his ideas very concrete, and that information was always available. All you had to do is ask him, and these ideas would come out.
The first thing that you hear, even before you see anything,
especially the one on the right,
is this electronically synthesized helicopter.
Push this around and then,
Lo and behold, that became this sort of signature opening of the movie. And you hear that it's actually Walter panned it around the theater. It's like it starts either in back or in front and moves around. And then when the image finally appears, it floats out of the left side of the screen in sync with the image and then drifts away. And then the doors take over.
Where the Halloween? Where the stuffed men meeting together?
when you're editing, you're in an enclosed space for many, many hours a day. You're under a certain degree of tension and stress, and the same things are repeated to you over and over again, which Arthur Koestler once described, I think in Darkness at Noon, as being the three essential ingredients of brainwashing. So you become kind of benignly brainwashed into the methods by which the film will tell itself.
Where are the Hollow Men?
We had many editors. The original editor was Barry Malkin, but he had to leave the production. He introduced me through who then replaced him as the lead editor, who was Richie Marks.
We eventually estimated that by the end of the various shootings and pickup shootings that we had done on the film, that we had over 1.5 million feet of exposed negative. And of that, I think perhaps 1 million feet of print. So it was a totally massive amount of film. The Bel-Air sequence, the helicopter battle, which Jerry Greenberg must have spent a year working on, alone had 130,000 feet. I mean, that's more footage than some whole movies had.
There was so much footage, and it was such a difficult piece to put together in its various sections that Jerry Greenberg really is the author editorially of that. And then my old colleague, Walter Murch, joined us. And then a younger editor, Lisa Fruckman, joined the team. I have a very bad habit as a director is when I do work with a lot of editors, I never like it that one editor just only become responsible for one section. I do change it and say, okay, you worked on that scene, now you work on it. And I feel that it helps to give the film more of a uniform editorial sense, but it drives editors crazy.
savages.
Francis has a wonderful story sense and always has, and a wonderful dramatic sense. And, you know, he's one of those people who always has ideas. And those kind of directors are few and far between.
Captain, meet our crew.
I mean, his head is always working. There's always 6 alternatives running in his mind. And when you work on a project for that long, that kind of feedback is terribly important.
Afternoon, sir.
There is this rumor that there exists a 5.5-hour version cut of the movie, and that never really existed. What there was is when I came back from the Philippines, there was a very long assembly which had in it hours and hours of explosions.
I remember we joked around the first time we saw it because it was, usually you take a bathroom break in the middle of a cut, but this was, we took a break for lunch in the middle of the first cut.
I think when you see your first assembly, when you come back from a film, you want to see everything you have because you never know what idea is going to pop up from something, even some obscure thing. The opening of Apocalypse was made out of some junk film that had been thrown away in a barrel, which was the front end of one of the multiple cameras of the napalm bomb dropping. So I reached into the garbage and picked up this and said, "Oh, what's this?" and put it in the moviola and then put them together with Jim Morrison's and the Doors song, The End, and said, "Oh, wouldn't it be funny if the movie started with a song called The End?" And then looked, and that was the opening of Apocalypse. It's well known in art that accident and discovery happened. Had I not reached in that particular garbage barrel, the opening of Apocalypse would have been different.
No safety or surprise, the end. I'll never look into your eyes.
Fellas, get ready as soon as you can, please. Let's go. Gotta reload.
Francis knew that the film was going to wind up in a very strange place. He had shot this scene with Marty Sheen in the room in a drunken frenzy. Initially, I don't think he was even intending to use that in the film. It was just something to get Marty into that character in a very immediate way. It was like an inoculation. Once you had done that scene, you would act every other scene in a different way. And then it was out of this material and stealing some shots from the actual end of the film that I put together this many-layered montage of images at the beginning, really to satisfy that requirement of an overture or a prologue to the predicament of that character.
Captain, have you ever seen this gentleman before?
Yes.
Met the general or myself?
In one of the original conceptions of the film, the briefing scene had been conceived as providing the sort of backbone of the story of going upriver.
You've heard of Colonel Walter E. Kurtz?
And that as Martin Sheen went upriver, he would be remembering some of the information that had been presented to him at this briefing. We created those dossiers that he was looking through. In the course of cutting the film, we really discovered that the material in that briefing scene was not sufficient to carry the thread of the narrative all through the film. And at that point, Michael Hare was brought in to help write a voiceover and create some backgrounds and history for the characters that gave them a lot more meat.
I had read a beautiful book by Michael Hare called Dispatches, about a correspondence, dispatches from Vietnam, who had actually been to Vietnam. And I thought, as many other people did, that this was an absolutely great book.
The crew were mostly just kids. Rock and rollers with one foot in their graves.
It became the glue that held the film together.
The machinist, the one they called Chef, was from New Orleans. He was wrapped too tight for Vietnam.
There was always a slot in the structure for a narrative, for a voiceover. There were hundreds of scenes of Willard staring, looking, reacting. but you didn't know what he was thinking. You didn't know what was going on for him. And because you didn't know that, you didn't know what the story was. The story really had to be told from his interior.
Originally, Francis had conceived that a lot of that work would be done in post-production, and in fact, it was.
Hey, you guys, what do you think about this one? How many men I killed?
It was an ongoing process that took many, many months once Michael had started on the film.
The word broken up and ripped apart is a very painful kind of, I mean, you know, it's perfect for Kurtz at that time because here he is, this big giant, and he's going around killing people, and you think
I know, but you don't need to say he broke away from them. We know he broke away from them. And we know he broke away from himself. God, we know he broke away from them. We really have that up there when you see all the heads on poles. I mean, that's not in an army manual, you know.
It was a search for the actual voice of the Martin Sheen character. I mean, what the tone of that voice was and how it worked with the rest of the film.
Martin Sheen's voiceover sessions took place over an extended period of time. There were a number of sessions, and Marty would come back for each one of these, and his performances got successively better as he got into the thing.
And then I had a line somewhere where I said, he let it out.
Yeah.
All at once.
All at once.
All of the
no,
time.
all my life.
All my life, I've let it out a little bit at a time.
He let it out all.
He would get into this very laid-back, bleary-eyed,
just a rat sandwich in a wet hole for a hoop.
funky sort of frame of mind, and he could speak softly, which meant his vocal cords weren't being stressed, and so it had this very low, warm, resonant quality.
What if he were here? The man they call insane.
Well, I'm sorry, Maury. I like the tone you had before starting. This is a little too light now, like you were doing it before.
10-8.
We were asking an audience to take a 2-hour and 20-minute journey into a very strange world, and I think we had to do that with a character that was sympathetic to them. It was complicated by the fact that the Willard character, as written, is a trained assassin. He's a killer.
I hate that fucking gun, but I need it.
To make a killer a sympathetic character is no easy task.
The sunlight stinks because war is a game you can't play in the game. The sunlight stinks because war is a game you just can't play the game in the sunlight.
Because war is a game, pause. You just can't play the game.
What if he were here?
It's changed, hasn't it? Okay, we're going to print each one of the different versions. We got the last one, we got the earlier one, and we got the middle one, okay?
Okay.
Probably the hardest single sequence to lose, and the one that stayed in the film the longest, was the French plantation scene.
This very strange sequence coming at this point where they come upon this group of French who had stayed there. And it was one big chunk. I mean, if you lifted it out, you would pull out whatever it was, 15 minutes.
It had always been intended that there would be an intermission in a film that was then projected to run at 3 hours plus. And that the French plantation scene, if it could ever be made to work and integrate into the sense of this film being a journey into a heart of darkness, would be a very powerful moment to end the first half. And we worked on it for months and months, and we never got it right, and we never got it right, and we got it.
Why didn't you go back home to France?
It was wonderful, and we were so thrilled. And the next day it was decided not to have an intermission and to go for a shorter film. And that wonderful sequence was cut from the film.
I always thought it was in for good reason, that the American experience had been really a duplication of what the French experience had been, a decade before.
That's the truth.
So when we made the decision years later to make an extended version of Apocalypse Now Redux, Walter Murch decided to look at all the dailies once again and to treat it as though he was editing it for the first time.
Cutting the material, in a sense, isn't that difficult because you do have, for the most part, a coherent scene. The exception to that, I think, was really the Brando material. which was less planned out. Although written, basically written, it was much more improvisational.
Why do you find it so difficult to accept what you see here? Is it because you're afraid to look? Afraid to see something within yourself that you didn't know was there? Is that it? Why? Why, Captain? You remind me of my colleagues in Washington. Those master liars.
Most of it didn't make it into the final cut. There was language in what Marlon Brando wrote that any writer would be envious of, but any writer.
The ending was always something that was larger than could be contained within the framework of a film. So we would look at the film up to the ending and then stop because the ending wasn't done yet.
Tell me that what you're doing here is right.
And I didn't want to hear about, kind of typical war film endings. I felt that I wasn't really making a war film. I was making a film about, morality and rebirth and kind of, I was on that level and I wanted someone intelligent that I could talk to about that.
I'm wrong and you're right. Yeah. So why the fuck don't you just shoot me now and get it over with?
I sent for Dennis Jacob in a period when I was really, try to plumb out what I was going to do with the ending, and I found Dennis a brilliant person in terms of his knowledge and his reading, and he's a sort of legendary figure. I went to UCLA with him, and really he was one of my first friends, and I was always very fond of him, and has a lot of outrageous theories.
Not that final meeting.
And he told me many, many things. I latched on to one thing he started to talk about, and it had to do with what he referred to as the primal myth, the idea that, when primitive man peaked out, one thing he saw over and over again was this concept of death and rebirth. He's there and it's a nice day and the sun is out and everything, and then all of a sudden the sun goes away and it's cold and scary and animals want to eat him. Well, the early man, how'd they know that wasn't just it? How did they know the sun was going to come up again? But it did. Of the many things he told me, this simple idea is, okay, Francis, all you have to do is have Willard go up there, kill Marlon, and become the new king. And for that, the sun will come up, babies will be born, people will feast. And that's what I latched onto.
Once the ending had been put together and condensed as much as it could be by Francis and Dennis, then Dennis absconded with some of the film. There were creative differences between him and Francis. He threatened to burn it unless certain decisions were made in his favor. The assistants who had been working with Dennis managed to find out where he was and talk to him. It was a hostage situation, and we got the film back.
I don't think you should have any narration.
Nothing into the French plantation.
I think no, then we were all quiet for a long time. I'll rewrite that now. Everybody wanted me to do it, him most of all. I felt like he was up there waiting for me to take him out. He just wanted to die like a soldier, not like some poor, wasted traitor. Even the jungle wanted him dead, and that's where he took his orders from anywhere. I don't think traitor's right.
Everybody wanted me to do it. Him most of all. I felt like he was up there, waiting for me to take the pain away. He just wanted to go out like a soldier, standing up. Not like some poor, wasted, rag-assed renegade.
Try criminal. Just read it let Marty read it.
Even the general wanted him dead.
I don't like that.
Yeah, but criminal is so low. What a horrible thing to call him a criminal.
No, but it's not.
War criminal. That's what we're all doing.
They weren't condemning him as a traitor, and they weren't condemning him as a criminal. They were basically condemning him as a renegade, and that's what it is. It's the most accurate.
Working on Apocalypse, in a funny sense, as an editor, taught me an awful lot. It taught me how to take something that you think is working, pull it all apart and start all over again to try and find a fresh approach. And as an editor, that's become an invaluable lesson to me.
I was flying back to LA with Francis, and he says, I'm willing to die making this movie. And if I die making this movie, George will take over. And if George dies, you'll take over. And somehow this movie will get made.
So what happened is I died, you died, and George died, and my ghost ended up making the movie.
This is the plan. Hold on. This is the plan. What we're going to do next is we're all going to sit around and we're going to talk about what the rhythm tracks have to do for the picture at the key part in the film where they really take over. Because the music up until that time sounds like all kinds of things, and it involves lots and lots of synthesis and what have you. It builds a big schmaltzy Puccini, it gets really like an opera. And when the kid dies, and then from that moment on, you're in another dimension of the film, and you start to sense the rhythms. And these are the primitive rhythms that stay and dominate the track musically from that point until the killing of Kurtz. And as you go, it goes back and back and back in time. So you're hearing at first the rhythms of 1969, maybe them, but then it's 1954, then it's 1900, then it's 1600, then it's 1200, then it's 2,000 years ago, then it's 1,000,000 years ago. Because we are going into the heart of darkness, and it becomes more savage in a way, but in a way more peaceful and more beautiful.
When I first started working on the film in 1977, a lot of the film had been scored with the Doors.
In my mind.
Francis had gone to school with Jim Morrison. They'd been at film school together, although Jim had a rock group while he was at film school that turned into the Doors that became famous and took him off in that direction. Francis also knew by talking to people who had fought in Vietnam what that music meant to them, that there was an edge to it and a strung outness that reminded them of the situation that they were in Vietnam. It was eventually removed because it was almost too apt. The songs seemed to have been written by somebody who was taking a hammer and driving the point of the scene home, even though they had been written, 10 or 15 years earlier and had nothing to do with the film. That's not the function of music. The function of music is to be in a kind of parallel harmonic relationship with the film rather than to be right on the same tracks. So we removed the Doors, and yet it obviously stayed at the beginning. That's the one place that it really remained.
The Doors record company, Elektra Records, sent me what turned out to be a 4-track master. There was a discovery I made in Jim Morrison's vocal track that never appeared on the original album. It's a section that when I heard, my eyes must have popped out. He goes on at length reiterating this phrase, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me. And he repeats this over and over again against this incredible, driving sound behind it. And when I opened up that channel and heard that in conjunction with the image, it was this is fantastic. The fact that it had never been heard before, it was like discovering gold. My worry was, they won't let us use this. But I just left it in anyway and played it with it. And the times were right and they were ready to let something like that go by. That's how it appeared in the track. As the film progressed, Francis became interested in some other ideas.
I became infatuated with Tomita's work, who was a Japanese composer.
Tomita planted the seeds of a completely electronic, synthesized score in classical terms.
I remember one very strange evening when I invited Walter Murch and I think George Lucas and half dozen of my friends, and I said, I want to give you an experience of what I hope Apocalypse Now will be. And I sat them in the total dark and played them some of these recordings in this 5-track stereophonic sound. They looked at me when the lights came on like, what was that? And Walter grasped it, certainly, and he was pivotal in making this 5-track sound.
Of course, in the end, Tomita did not do the music for the film, and Francis said, I'm going to do the music myself with my father, and we're going to write these things in collaboration and develop a melodic line.
My father was a very well-schooled classical composer, which I knew that if I could collaborate with him on Apocalypse, I would have the benefit of that incredible orchestral skill.
Carmine would write music. He wrote music all the time, I think. He had this stream of consciousness pouring out of him onto music paper.
At a very early stage in the project, Francis asked me who the heavyweights in the world of electronic music were. So I came up with a list of 5 names, submitted them to Francis, assuming that he would hire one of them. He actually ended up hiring all 5 of these individuals, which created this sort of amazing musical circus that went on for the next year.
There are 4 or 5 main synthesists who actually did the electronic orchestration of the melodic lines that have been laid down by Francis and his father.
We took the orchestral score of Carmine and modified it so, like, instead of the strings playing that line, the wind would play it. Instead of the bass line being the bass, the throbbing of the helicopter would be it. And we sort of replaced orchestral sounds with synthesized or real sounds.
Shirley Walker, who was a key member of the team insofar as she worked with all these synthesists, she was a classically trained pianist whose job it was to create the piano guide tracks that represented the distillation of Carmine's musical idea.
As we struggled with bringing the cues to picture, we had Carmine's writing. He'd walk in with the written page. I would perform what Carmine had written on the piano in loose sync to the picture. Francis would react to that, so that became a way to generate the actual cues for the movie.
It was an incredibly rich, diverse score for a number of reasons. There were many minds working on it simultaneously, each bringing a radically different point of view. And there were a lot of issues, both professional and personal, that surrounded all this swirling sort of creative chaos.
Okay, what we got to do is we got to listen to 13.1. We got to put it up on the 24 track and be able to isolate tracks and see what we're going to keep and what we're going to lose.
When we had our synthesis meetings, it was an attempt to focus the team.
How do you know?
I was there last night. I went to observe because I'd never seen him doing it.
So we had all been encouraged to be as creative as we possibly could by Francis and to just try anything.
Right.
When you get to Lance coming up onto the boat, which is right in here,
right,
then they go to Randy Hansen.
Right.
Through
In other words, all this melody stuff has been left
There was
out.
also a layer of just sheer competitiveness that was so difficult because there was people wanting to just take over the score and be the guy who got to say, yeah, I have all the bright ideas. I'm the one who is making this work, and I want the credit for this.
Right.
I just hope they didn't take it out because they had trouble transferring it.
I'm obviously outnumbered on this.
You had this combination of high-powered, very talented, high ego individuals, all working in ways they just have never had to work before.
I'm suggesting dropping a melody, and you feel that it is. I feel that music is music. If you change it, you're changing it. You take the responsibility for changing it because you think it's right. The only difference between us and this is that you think one thing is right, and I think another is right.
That's the best way to have them not use it.
Enough said. I don't want to argue about it anymore. I think you guys are wrong.
We had a few raging arguments over these concept of orchestration.
It's not on the tape.
And you say, well, it's that little white noise thing that's going
surely
like
that's
that
your
right
ear.
there.
I mean,
Yeah,
to
but
my
that's-
ear, it's
that's-
very
that's
clear.
Francis'
I can hear
ear.
every pitch.
Yeah, but it's not-
Every goddamn pitch is
But
there.
it wasn't that much fun to work that way, but I think some awfully good stuff came out of that friction. Francis I found to be very musical in a dramatic way. He just had such an appreciation of the emotional power of music. And I think that's what he was always reaching for. Some of the most interesting stuff he did was the cue that he did with Randy Hansen, who was a Jimi Hendrix impersonator. Francis and Richard and Randy created just a mesmerizing, sinister, mystical cue that led you to the final moment of confrontation in the movie. The score that Carmine had written for that and that all of us had struggled a synthesis to bring to life just never had the raw power that single guitar playing the simplest things did.
Randy is my lead guitar. Carmine is my symphonic, formal, mythological structure. Let me explain what Mickey Hart's doing, because you know what Mickey Hart's doing, Randy? This guy, Mickey Hart, has been a nut for collecting primitive sounds, and this was a secret project for the last 5 years. And so when I asked him to do this movie, he said, I have it, you know.
Francis was interested in the score having a rhythmic component. Mickey Hart of the Grateful Dead, a world-renowned percussionist, was chosen to be the vehicle by which this aspect of the score was to be realized.
Let's keep it going. We got to get this going now. We can't be stopping it.
He's getting together the 5, what he called heaviest percussionists.
Got it.
And they are now assembling in Bill Graham's warehouse every known primitive sound known to man. And they're going to take the 5 hottest percussionists with video monitors all around so that they can watch the movie, and they're just going to perform the movie from beginning to end.
It was a sea of percussion instruments. Gongs, cymbals, wooden things. They were working to image, improvising basically to picture. Nothing was written. There are several places in the movie where Mickey Hart's used to give this primitive aspect to the score.
There's a pattern to the way music evolves in every film. Music is always a way of putting your mind in a certain state and then the film allowing you to experience certain things. That's the power that music has.
There were a number of figures involved in the musical score of this movie. In the end, they all ended up being very high-level sidemen to this sort of musical circus that Francis had concocted.
All movies are collaborations of great artists working together, and any aspect of Apocalypse was that. If I'm anything, I'm the ringleader who chose them and who tried to stimulate them and then ultimately took from what everyone had done and tried to bring together as in the fabric of the finished film. Originally, I thought the music and sound of Apocalypse should be very sensual and should be 5-track quintaphonic sound, and just as I thought the movie should be IMAX, I would have done it in 3D if that were available to me.
There's a t-shirt that I remember from roughly the time of Apocalypse Now that I think came from the Dolby Corporation that said, "Heard any good movies lately?" That era was a time when there was a kind of renaissance of movie sound in the American film industry. And filmmakers were thinking more about sound, and I think the audience was thinking more about sound too.
The first dissolve to the helicopters rising on palm trees it's not as beautiful as it. Is that something it can't be more beautiful than it is? In other words, this music takes you into these helicopters going up, and instead of the imagery really sucking you in, for me, is that a real optical?
No, that's a Technicolor dissolve.
No, that's what it is.
Yeah.
The music has caused the picture to pale.
Can we have a... Okay. It's very important that you understand that the soundtrack is an entity just like, that joins with the film, that is at least as important as the film. And many people have been working on this soundtrack. The key person in the soundtrack and the director of the soundtrack of the entire movie, and that's Walter Murch. I want everyone to...
Initial discussion I had with Francis, which kind of set the groundwork for all of what we did later, was that he wanted the sound to be faithful to the sound of that particular war, which had a unique sound both technically because of the kind of weapons that were used that had not been used in earlier conflicts, and also because of what Francis called the psychedelic dimension. The mixture of rock and roll and drugs and just the experience of taking kids from suburban or even urban environments in the United States and putting them into the jungles of Vietnam, which was very different than fighting in Europe. And also something was much harder to put your finger on, which was somehow to get into the psychedelic dimension, into this sort of strung out quality that the war had. It had the effect of kind of a bad trip, and we wanted to somehow get that on sound. What we would do, for instance, would be to manipulate the density of sound. So that sometimes what you were looking at would be very simple pictorially, but you'd hear a very dense soundtrack. And other times the opposite of that. You would be seeing explosions going off, but the sound would not be that. It would be something else entirely. There's a sequence in Dolong Bridge where there's a battle that's being fought while they're trying to construct this bridge at night. That was the most psychedelic of all of the sequences in a way. Lance had taken acid before he went up into the bridge area, so you were kind of seeing it through his eyes. When Lance is on an acid trip, it's not that he's seeing incredible confusion, it's that he's seeing crystalline purity.
Well, then Ken, out of
beauty.
the
sound of that, when it doesn't work, and we've had it many, many different ways, Dolong Bridge easily collapses into just noise. And I think one of the things that we have to maintain is that I see it all now, clarity to it, because that's what attracts Lance.
Well,
it's not that, oh God, it's all confusing.
I had talked about it being like this funhouse of the mind, and there would be people screaming, and like I said, they're on the roller coaster, and so just maybe a couple of specific things, not a clutter of sound, but some real clear that made that walk from left to right was like they surveyed the whole Vietnam War. I would thin out the explosions and the screeches and all this stuff and try to give the music half a chance to resolve the scene.
Right to it, son of a bitch! Lance! Get down here!
As the scene goes on, the machine guns are replaced by the sound of a peculiar kind of welding squelch sound, so that we started to use the sounds of construction, but put them over shots of warfare, so that you actually saw explosions going off and people firing guns. but they were the sounds of a bridge being constructed put against those weapons.
With the guitar that comes right after it, could it be a little more as though it's coming out of tape recorders and radios down there? It sounds like score now to me. Because it so abruptly goes into that, it's like another kind of score.
In the scene where the character Roach comes over to put the coup de grace to one of the Vietnamese who is heckling them from the barbed wire, all of the sound disappears completely. And although you see explosions going off in the background, all you hear is what's inside Roach's head, his perfect echolocation of where this voice is coming from.
Walter and Francis wanted the sound to be as authentic as possible. Among lots of things that we tried in order to keep it as authentic as we could,
This is PBR Street Gang.
Francis had one of these PBRs, one of these plastic patrol boats that's in the movie.
When does he fall? At what point?
You're going to react to the rockets as he does on camera and
Right,
fall
yeah,
down.
fall to the
he
back
kind
of
of
the
drops
boat.
his cassette. He kind of falls and stumbles there for a moment. Then he
Right.
jumps up here
Right.
onto his gun, and I'll come around and jump onto the 50 caliber.
Okay, why don't we cue the Betamax? I'll cue that.
I remember Jerry with his hands on the handles of what would have been the 50 caliber machine gun. And I'm standing up above him with a microphone and a Nagra tape recorder. Karen Wilson also has a helmet on, and she's throwing bolts onto various parts of the boat to simulate shell casings, because the machine gun is firing lots and lots of bullets.
Right now it's one stereo track of weapons going in. If we lay up three, then we can put it on left, center, right, and get it. Especially on the close-up shot. It's okay on the distance shot. We can amplify even up on the close-up shot. We had different things fall in on different speakers. The film was released in quadraphonic sound. At the time that this decision was made, there was no way to do this. So one of the things that I started was having a discussion with Dolby Labs, which was just around the corner from us in San Francisco.
Apocalypse Now was one of the very first, in fact, the first announced film to have a stereo surround format. And it's really the grandfather of what's become known today as the ubiquitous 5.1 format that you hear on everything from a baseball game through to every DVD and almost every movie that's released. Much of Apocalypse Now, the use of surrounds is very, very subtle. It's ambiances that make you feel you're there, but don't draw your attention. The last thing you want to do is to have a film that's dominated by surround effects, so the audience is constantly saying, "What's that? What's that?" The story is on the screen.
I wanted to make the sound and music more enmeshed, so it wasn't like typical movies where the sound crew goes off and does the sound effects and the music, people do the music, that it was conceived as one. I began to think, well, wouldn't it be interesting if the bass line sounded like helicopter throbbing, and if the strings sounded like wind, and if all the sounds of Vietnam could kind of be the orchestra in order to make the music of Apocalypse Now be halfway already to sound effects.
Out of that came things like the Delta Cube. I used pitched helicopter rotors in a rhythmic pattern underneath that were pitched to the music. And it sort of was, for me, setting in place of a number of ideas we'd had about how sound would interact with music and become basically indistinguishable from each other.
The whole beginning of the movie is Captain Willard's point of view. You hear this helicopter circling around you. And for a long time, I was thinking, why is this helicopter synthesized? You know, we went out and we recorded helicopters. And it didn't occur to me for a while that the reason to use a synthesized helicopter is that's the way Captain Willard is hearing it. And that's his brain we're listening to.
The wind turns into pure 12-tone, long-length music sung by 65 professional chorus. And that's going to be the support of the percussion, human voices.
The problem with the voices is a lot of the voices are not abstract. And the voices that we have used, specifically things that Richie found, were those that lent themselves to abstract ideas.
What are you talking about voices? I'm talking about the singing.
The singing voices.
We gotta go in and listen to it all again because we really disagree about the singing. You know, I mean, it's like it's not being used, and it's really good, and it's being made to share with the sound effects when all the sound effects are just walking down the hall. I mean, if either that chorus can come in and it's way down, and the rustling and footsteps are way up. In the con screening, was there more chorus in? Yes. Well,
There's a kind of good-natured rivalry or competitiveness between the sound effects and the music department. Both of these being components in the soundtrack, they have to either move out of the way for the other, or prominence is given to one rather than the other.
There's a question of listening to that and saying, what does this say about Kurtz's monologue? And it seemed at the time that when it came down to it, that it made it into a sermon from the Mount.
You played some wind chimes, basically what I heard in there.
Well, they're Cambodian death bells, which is related to where Kurtz is and what's happened to him, rather than stuff that, on the face of it, has a kind of Disney-esque
The monologue is a really touchy area.
They're not regular choral voices. I mean, it's not like that they're singing music that's like any music that's in any church. It's totally.
They are. I mean, it's like there are countless films that have been made that sound like that. Any Disney film from the 40s has that kind of music all the way through it. Bambi is loaded with exactly that kind of choral music. Well, when we talked about it, I remember sitting down and saying, well, how do you want to treat the voices? And you said, I want them to be like air. That's what I hear now that's in the mix, is that. And I hear a kind of tone that sounds sort of like an echoing temple that has quality of a voice in it that comes and goes, and you never really put your finger on it.
I mean, I could make the voices work, I know it.
There are highlights in the soundtrack that stand out for me, but I think the most impressive thing is the sheer density of the soundtrack. There's complex use of those 5 channels of sound in the subwoofer. In complete contrast, I find the silence at the end, the squawk box, the final reel. To be able to fade a movie out on such a quiet note is something that's very impressive.
Apocalypse Now was mixed for about 9 months. which is an incredibly long time by Hollywood standards.
Helicopter surrounds.
That's at least 3 times as long, and in many cases 5 times as long as we typically have now to mix the sound for a film.
We probably averaged, over the course of those 9 months, at least 12 hours a day. And there were many, many periods of time when we mixed all the way through the night.
I smell guacamole. You smell guacamole? Coming out of your skin, Richard.
It's from yesterday.
Give it more definition. Give it more definition.
Walter was usually mixing sound effects. Mark Berger was usually mixing dialogue. And Richard Beggs was usually mixing music. I was hovering behind them somewhere, recording automation data.
Could you put up the Copter Thumps loop, the 6-track, into 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 tracks?
There was a whole other crew behind us in another room that's called the machine room. Their job was to calibrate and set up and operate all the machinery that was too noisy to be in the room where we were.
Okay, those Copter Thumps are ready.
Also down under the narration.
Yeah.
I did that once.
Do it again.
Well, then it should be easier to do it again.
Well,
I remember sitting there behind Walter, watching him try various mixes of sound effects for sometimes incredibly short pieces in the film, maybe only 20 seconds worth of film. And so you see the same 20 seconds over and over again. I assumed, well, here's Walter Murch. He's worked on lots of movies. He's thought this process through. He must know exactly what it's going to sound like really before he even starts. What I didn't know was that you don't figure out what it should sound like until you're really doing it, and you make mistakes and you go down, dead-end streets and all that stuff. A movie sounds great because the movie has been designed for sound, and no movie in history was as thoroughly designed to use sound as Apocalypse Now.
I want to take you back to 1979 when Apocalypse Now won the Golden Palm here at Cannes. Everything kind of depended on this screening. Isn't that true? Because the movie had been rumored to be in trouble and...
Yeah, no question. I mean, for all the things I was scared. I only said, let's show the film at Cannes unfinished as a necessity, because the rumors of how much in trouble it was were so now filling the papers that I felt my only defense was to just show it and hope that people said, oh no, it's not such a mess. We were struggling to convince people that the film was worthwhile at a time when everyone was saying it wasn't, so I was sort of put in a position of having to show it and having to finish it. You make the edit very much not knowing whether the audience will accept it or not. The editing process now is made just to try to get as much out of the film as good as it can be without the fear of it being judged by a small critical group or prematurely made into a failure. Monsieur.
the dynamics of the fork.
La fourchette?
Yep.
I think pretty much the way we did this scene, it doesn't need even any subtitles at all.
I wouldn't put subtitles.
No, it's interesting because there's a lot of French.
Yeah.
But you just know what they're talking about, or you know what they're arguing about.
Ah, taisez-vous. Bien.
I was a socialist, you know. I know we can say. He was a socialist, you know.
I was one of the editors back then who was taking things out because we were trying to make the film as short as possible. Now, Francis, over the last 2 years, has been saying, Walter, do you have any time to investigate putting some stuff back into Apocalypse Now? So I was frightened about going back into it because it's like a jungle. It was almost 2 years of my life and 2 million feet of film, and just a tremendous amount of material that we finally got balanced, in some balance, back in 1979. So to go back into it and to upset that balance and to hopefully find all these pieces 20 years later, it frightened me to begin with, and then I became curious. I started assembling it as if you would from original material without any reference to how it might have been done in the past.
We lose the first, second war.
As I said, I was nervous going in because I'd forgotten, even at this level, how flexible film is, that it's clay, it's cinematic clay. How you make transitions and how you can make an audience think about something over here while you're doing something in this direction.
Hold on.
And then suddenly something is knit together that was separated by 24, 25 years. It felt to me like I was right there back in 1978. I was able to recapture the spirit of the film.
Technicolor has revived the old original 3-strip dye transfer process in which the movie is actually printed with dyes on a clear. It's not a photographic process, it's a printing process, so the colors are very vivid and the blacks are very black, and it was really a rebirth of the film.
The dye transfer system uses simple materials, simple film materials. The processing is more complex, but then that has been automated to take away the complex nature of it. The flexibility in rendering colors, the modeling in flesh tones, and the detail in shadows, and the detail in highlights are very important because they give a picture more depth and more realism.
The experience that I did in restoration of the films was one of the greatest visual experiences in my life, because, as you know, color film is fading very fast. And every movie that we're watching in every day, in every theater, all around the world, practically we can never see really all the information that we have in the original negative, because usually from the original negative we are duplicating the original element in order to have so many prints all around the world. Probably we're missing at least 50% of the information. In Earth of Darkness, there is no doubt one principle in Joseph Conrad, that one civilization should not overimpose itself on top to another culture. The Earth of Darkness that he was looking for was not belong to another culture, to another place, but was part of ourselves. Cards represent this. Cards represent the dark side of the civility. So in losing the visual aspect of this darkness, which is black, for me was missing one major section of the interpretation, the visualization of the picture.
We went back to the original negative, and all of the splices were opened, and it was added to that. So this is the only version of Apocalypse Now that now exists.
Bringing out the three primary colors of life, which is red, green, and blue, and once again, in rebuilding together through this system, I was able to bring the emotion of the color back and bring in what is the sum of them, or the subtraction from the life experience, which is the unconscious side of the film. Not only that, but this system, this print, is the only print that can stay much longer in our life. In other words, it's not fading. So this print is practically the memory of Apocalypse Now, because there is no doubt that every movie is not just a movie. Into that movie, there are all ourselves.
There are great flexibilities with that process, and there are things that can be done with it that can't be done any other way.
Apocalypse Now, done in die transfer, is a reference for new filmmaker that they are thinking to use in digital cinematography, they're thinking to use electronic cinema, which is great to use, but they should never forget this is the quality we're supposed to reach. We shouldn't put this one down at the video level, but we should raise the video quality at this level.
Welcome. You could be comfortable right here. So this is a project, a new project. I see the script's called Apocalypse Now, and I wanted to interest you to come to the jungle of the Philippines. We're just going to be there a few months, though. But welcome, Mark. It's so good to see you. And,
I'm delighted.
Have
it's
you
great
back
to see
in the
you.
very studio here where we did, you know, those beautiful narrations that you did. Remember Michael Hare, the Vietnam correspondents, and that they were beautifully written and beautifully read. And we did them right here in this very studio.
I remember one occasion where a veteran came in in the dark.
Rexer. That was a friend of Milia's, who was the real,
he was the real guy.
who strangled people in the night.
Oh, jeez. And he wanted to make sure that I got a real feel for it. So he put an object in my hand and left the studio, right? I looked down, it was a loaded .45. I'm not sure if he wanted me to use it on myself.
Or me.
Or you. But I remember that in this room, yeah. We did about 5 or 6 different...
we did different sessions. And now it's many years since we worked on this film together. It's what is it, 2010, if you can believe it. And I guess that's now, the movie is over 30 some odd years ago that we went on this adventure. When I first met you to talk about the casting of the part, I was very disappointed because you were saying, well, you got to do this other movie, and we were going to start, and it was kind of either or.
Yeah.
But, you know, I remember that because I had seen you in I think it was The Incident, which...
That was my first movie.
Was that your first movie?
Yeah.
But I thought
Larry Pierce directed.
I thought that was riveting performance, and then, of course, I really sort of had my mind set on you doing the part, and you said I can't, and unless you can delay a couple of months, I have to go to Rome. And then we looked at the situation, and I remember my colleague, another wonderful actor, and my colleague Fred Roos was very high on the idea of Harvey doing it, and Harvey certainly, you know, admired his work. I didn't feel 100% that he was right for that part, because Harvey's a very exciting, talented, improvisational actor, but the character of Willard was more of a witness of the thing. You know, he had to be able to just look at these things and not be all the time active. But at any rate, certainly Harvey was capable of whatever was necessary. But we went off when we started the picture, and then what news did you hear about all of a sudden the part was possible again? Were you in Italy when?
Yeah, I got a call in the middle of the night from Fred Roos asking me when I would be free. And a few days later, you called me to meet up with you in L.A. And I don't know if I ever told you why I was delayed at LAX and meeting you in the lounge at the Philippines.
We met right at the airport?
Yeah, we did. But we only met for about 20 minutes, and you had scheduled like a couple of hours there while you were waiting for the plane.
Oh, to fly out?
Yeah, you were going back to Manila. And I had just come in from Rome. But what happened was, as I said, I don't know if I ever told you this, but Janet asked me to take all of the children's winter clothes home with me. So when I was coming through customs in New York, or in Los Angeles, they thought I was, hustling for a haberdashery. They said, "What are you doing with all these clothes? You're alone." I said, "They're my kids." "Where are the kids?" I said, "They're in Rome." "Well, what are you doing with all these?" I said, "Well," I was so frustrated, and I thought he's going to leave without me. And finally, I got through. They let me keep the stuff, and I got through. And I think Fred Roos was waiting for me and took me up straight away to meet you in the lounge. And I think we had like 20 minutes. And you didn't say one way or another. You just asked me how are things going. And
I didn't say, "Oh, come and do it," or I just
not at that point.
Chatted with you.
Yeah,
I
we
guess.
just talked for a little while. And again, you wanted to know when I was free. I said I'm finished after Easter. And you said, well, Fred's going to get you a script. I said, okay, fine. So he did. That was
Was that
Friday
the first
night.
time you had read the script? Because even though earlier we talked about it and you couldn't do it.
I never read it, no.
May I ask what your impression was? I mean, because the script changed a lot.
Yeah, it did.
What was your first impression?
Well, I'd heard about Harvey, and the thing, it really surprised me that he was not involved anymore, because he was a real Marine. You know?
I know.
And a very
he tells me that every
guy.
time I see him.
And I hadn't known him, but I knew him by reputation, and I thought he was terrific, and I thought, wow, he's really
The real
right
thing.
for this part. He can do all this stuff. I didn't know which end of a rifle, was right. I didn't know anything. I'd never served. And he had 4 years in the Marines, so I thought he really had a leg up besides being a good actor. And so I was really stunned. And then when I read the script, I thought, I better learn to swim.
Oh, you couldn't swim?
I never told you this, but that's why when I first came on the boat, I asked about the life preservers. You remember? I said, there are no life preservers on this boat.
So you never would go swimming when you were a kid? Really?
I did, but I never really.
You didn't feel
no, I couldn't swim.
confident.
A little bit I could stay above water a little bit.
But so you read the script. I was curious what
I
your
read the
first
script,
impression
and I
was.
thought, I hope that if I got it, that I would be physically able to do it. Because,
Really?
Yeah, because I was 36 at that time.
Yeah, but you were always very wiry.
I wasn't in bad shape, but I was
You-
smoking too,
I remember,
and,
yeah.
Drinking.
No, I didn't know you were drinking, or I didn't see you
real
ever
problem,
drink. I never saw you drink.
I had a real problem, yeah. So.
But you were physically very fit, and were you running like you?
Yeah, I was running.
Yeah,
and
so
working
so you were worried about whether you could handle some
Yeah.
of the just the GI. I mean the army
physicality of it. I really was concerned, and I had a totally different take on the character. And I remember you and I having discussions about it, because there was so much downtime on the set. Remember waiting to light things, and we would talk about the character, and I was so confused, and I really lacked.
What was
I had
your
no confidence in it. I didn't.
Well, no, I can appreciate, but what was your idea for the character, and that was maybe different from what ultimately?
No, I thought he was a real gung ho soldier, and it took a while for me to understand that he was the eye that you were looking through, so that he was more passive, and I was looking for. You remember when I first came on the set and I chose the red beret? I didn't have a clue.
I had forgotten that.
Yeah, I didn't have a clue, and somebody said, no, that's not going to work here. I said, oh, really? Why? I didn't have a clue.
So, well, then you were told, how long did we say you were going to stay in the Philippines?
4 months.
The first sequences was Kilgore, and was it the napalm? What was the first stuff you really did? Your first day?
It was the landing at
when Kilgore.
Villar. Yeah, the Kilgore thing. You'd already shot all the action stuff. And we were doing the ground stuff, as I recall.
I remember you really fell or hurt, and you cut your cheek, and like a schmuck, I say, well, let's use it.
Yeah, we put a Band-Aid on it. It's in some of the footage.
Yeah, well, it's it's in continuity, but the idea, I said, what happens when a GI would hurt himself like that? And they said, well, they would put something and have a bandage. I said, I never saw in my life a GI with a bandage. Let's have a bandage. It became a pain in the neck, whether it was the bandage on or off. But, I was in the mood of like, oh, let's use everything that happens.
Yeah.
So the first stuff you shot was with Bobby Duvall, maybe?
Yes, and I remember I roomed with him in a little house. The company had rented all these houses, and we shared a bathroom. And he was teaching me how to take a shower with a bucket and a
cold
scooper.
water.
Yeah, cold water spigot.
And what was it like rooming with Bobby Duvall?
Well, I kept seeing Boo Radley, and I would just stare at him, and he was so disarming.
Yeah.
Because since then, of course, he'd been in The Godfather, and he'd been realized for his talent, and I was very impressed with him. But he was so disarming. It was fun to be around him, and I just sort of got behind him.
Right.
And I remember we shot a sequence landing there with him, with all the smoke and the choppers all coming in at once and all that ground activity going on. And what impressed me the most is I was beside myself with terror one, that I would get hurt, two, that I would ruin the shot, forget my lines.
In that order.
In that order, yeah. And Bobby was so impressive because through all of that insanity and the noise and the smoke and the blades turning and moving and the long dolly shots with the cow being lifted and Father Elias.
That was the first stuff you saw?
Yes, first stuff. And I was so impressed with him. He knew all his lines, and he was talking like that. I said, I'm going to see you. You remember how he would do?
Yeah.
And I said, my God, this guy is something. Because it was hard to focus. And remember how hot it was. And
yeah.
It was so disarming. And there he was. He was so singularly focused.
And he had totally nailed that character.
Oh, God,
I think his father was a military. He was an admiral.
He was a Navy. Yeah.
But yeah, he had nailed that character.
Yeah, he was very impressive. But his consciousness, I mean, his focus was so singular. You know, he just took it all in. He hit all the marks, said all the lines. And he landed in the shot. Remember, the chopper actually came down. He climbed down, put his hat on, started giving orders and talking to us, and we followed him to that whole long sequence. It was astonishing. I'd never seen anything like that before or since. You know.
And people have to realize that in those days, when you made a movie like that, everything was for real.
Yes, it was.
The helicopters, the helicopters were really landing, and we were really in them.
Yeah, I remember they would train us with a bamboo stick. There was a kid from Hawaii, David, one of our trainers, and he had some of the lads had bamboo sticks, and whenever we got near the tail of the choppers, there were so many landing, and we were running around, they would swing these sticks and said, when the scene starts, this is what's going to happen. You can't get close to these blades.
Yeah. I am so thankful in my life that I made that film, and there was not one accident, not one loss of life or of even injury.
Yeah.
So that phone call, probably when you called your wife after the first couple of days, what did you say to her?
I was in a hotel in Manila at that time because we were going to and fro every day. We weren't living anywhere at that time yet. And she said, well, tell me what it's like. I said, it's very hot. And we're going to be moving up to this little community called Balar and staying there for a while. So if you can get here, we'll bunk up there.
And when she said, well, what was the movie like? What did you say?
No, I told her, I said, I haven't been on the boat yet. I'm just sort of getting a sunburn. You told us all to get as tanned as we could, so I was spending a lot of time in the sun and just trying to acclimate. And I guess the hardest thing was the heat. I'd never been in a jungle situation before. I didn't realize how that just sapped your energy. But once you got used to it, though, you remember how great we all looked and how thin we were.
Yeah.
So
I wish.
Yeah, we'll have to go back.
Yeah.
But and then she did. She came about a week later. We went up to Balar, and we lived in that house with Bobby and some of the other guys.
And I have to say, after whatever it was, 200 days there, that the Philippine people were always very sweet. And, you know, what I took back from that trip was a fondness for the Philippines and the Philippine people, because they're very gentle. I mean, they're complicated people like everyone, but they were very kind to me, and I don't have any no feelings I can think in the whole, year and a half, 2 years of anything but a positive affection for them. But what was your impression of the cast?
Well,
what were there, 5 guys?
Yeah, Larry Lawrence, I guess, was the youngest. I was very surprised. He was 14 years old. Yeah.
He was supposed to play 17, but I cast him young to really look young.
Yeah, and
this is Lawrence Fishburne.
Yes, exactly, and Sam Bottoms, God rest him.
Beautiful young man.
Yes, he was.
He was of the Bottoms family, which was from Santa Barbara, which was a theatrical family.
Yeah.
And he was just a fine young man, wonderful actor.
I adored him.
So sweet.
Yeah. And then Freddie Forrest, chef, of course. We both smile. because he's so and he's so endearing and so vulnerable, you know, and funny. And then
the captain.
That captain,
Albert Hall.
Albert Hall, yeah, who also had his children there, as you remember. He brought all his kids over.
It was a good cast, and they were wonderful guys.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, I adored them. The odd part about it is, or amazing part, I guess, is there was not one day of military service between the five of us.
Including me.
You as well.
I went 1 year to military school, which I ran away from. My greatest military service was I had written the script for Patton, which I got by saying I had military service, but I meant military school.
Yeah. But that was amazing, that none of us had any idea about what it was to be a sailor or a soldier.
But may I ask, I mean, you could be frank, what was your impression of me, just as a crazy guy?
Who?
Or me?
You?
Yeah.
Oh God, I think I told you at the time. I think like every actor in the world at that time, and most of us still now, you were very intimidating.
Really?
Oh God, yeah. You remember I came up, I think you were almost the same age. So as a boy, you know, Edo Kazan was the epitome of directors, for actors particularly. I mean,
well, the greatest acting in movies, you have to say, consistently was Kazan.
Yeah, exactly, until Coppola. And so here I was suddenly thrust into your company, and it was very intimidating. I can't begin to tell you.
Are we the same age? What year were you born?
40.
Oh, so I'm a year older.
39, yeah, okay, yeah. But that was the sense that, I mean, I'm not the only one. I mean, we talked about it. All the lads on the boat talked about it endlessly. How, I mean, you were disarming. You never treated us anything wonderfully as actors, and you were a fellow journeyman with us on this. You were with us through the whole thing, all the difficulties, the journey, every part of it. If we were suffering, you were suffering. If you were free, we were free. But the image that you had The Godfather 1 and 2 and so forth. It was very, very impressive for all of us. You know, we were just, I think I mentioned to you at the time that this must have been what it was like to work with Kazan when we were kids, you know, that this was the ideal.
Well, I think what I learned from Kazan and what I tried to do, inspired by him, was to try to set the situation as much to the actor's advantage as I knew how to use what I knew about the actor personally to try to, you know, help by providing the props, the situations, even in some cases, the little trickery, you know, where you try to get the actor to be surprised, but whatever you can do to give the actor the ingredients that then they can naturally feed on, because this was Kazan's, I mean, he would do interesting things to actors.
He was famous for it.
To get them to be real in their...
Did you know him?
I did know him. I had the pleasure of knowing him, but no, as a director, I just wanted to this day, I mean, try to you know, the actors, you just try to put them in make everything available to them, and then they can choose what's helpful to them, and you try to help them, prompt them to find themselves, because usually when you're starting a movie, all actors don't know what the hell they should do.
Didn't have a clue.
You had discovered who you were, I remember, in that tough, I don't know when it was, but I know that tough scene when you broke the mirror.
Oh yeah, near the opening,
And it had been a dream of mine, and I was dreaming, I said, you know, and I had this dream, I said, you know, Marty, I thought you were so handsome. I said, but if you scratch the surface, Martin's, in the dream, Martin's vain.
Yeah, extremely.
And he doesn't want to admit it.
No,
because he's a good guy. You know?
I still don't.
So I said, if you, in the dream, if you put him in front of a mirror and then taunt him on the fact that how handsome he is and how vain he is and how good he looks, that you'll get to another level of him. And it was just a dream. I mean, so I did it. I put you in front of a mirror and I said, oh yeah, I forget what I was telling you, but I was telling you, oh, how handsome you are. Look at that. Look at how great you look. And then you got so emotional about this that you punched yourself.
I did,
I didn't know you were going to do that.
I didn't either.
No. But something did seemed as if something cracked and we were at another level. That then that was the guy. That's who he was. And then when you're walking around looking at tigers or this or that, you know, once you have who you are, then you just are. You have become the character.
And I remember you got the footage back from Rome on that sequence, and you asked me to look at it, and I kept putting you off, and finally you said, I have to send it back now. This is your last chance. I want you to see it. And I said, with all due respect, I cannot see myself like that. Because I went back into the room the next day after that scene. You recall I was terribly drunk and discombobulated and raging, and I saw all the blood on the bed, and it just so terrified me, and I was so embarrassed and guilt-ridden, and I thought, you know, you were right. It was I was extremely vain, and I still am, and most actors are, whether they admit it or not. I couldn't admit it.
That's why they become actors.
Yes, exactly.
Why do you become an actor? You know?
That's true. But I didn't. I just couldn't believe that I had done that. I was relieved that I'd done it because I'd been fighting that kind of demon for a while, and I remember you tried to stop it. I don't know if you remember saying, Marty, what are you doing? I'm going to stop. And I begged you. I said, no, let it go. I want to wrestle this guy now.
Well, I thought, you know, I, of course, felt responsible because I didn't know you were going to cut your hand. I didn't know how bad you had cut your hand. I saw a lot of blood. But I thought if I do stop it, then he's gone through all of this, and for not for nothing, but you know, at least a few seconds more, because maybe we'll have something we can use. So it was I was sitting up on the couch on a dresser or something. I was up on a piece of furniture in that room so I could see, but I didn't know whether to jump down and say, okay, get the guy to look at his hand. And you know, I've always, you know, I don't know, maybe your wife was mad at me. I didn't stop it right away, but I figured, you know, he's an actor and he's gone through this to try to get something beautiful, and maybe he has, and which it would be terrible to ruin it, you know. But it turned out to be not only for me an interesting, and for you experience that let us understand who the guy was and make what happened later easier, because you knew who you were a little bit, but also was it was also a startling scene at the beginning of the movie to set you up.
Yeah, it was,
because they saw that first.
That was a pivotal moment, and I remember you and I were talking one day about the character, and I was a little confused, and I said, but who is this guy? And this was after, because I think Marlon was there by this time, which was another.
That's much later.
Later, and I was talking to you because, as I say, that sequence in the hotel broke a lot of barriers that I had with you because of my image of you. I was intimidated, as we all were. You know, it was like
I approached the work with such insecurity too. I mean, I hope I do it right. I have to do more for them, and you know, I get like panicked as well.
But it never showed. You remember we were talking about the character one day, and I still wasn't secure in it, and I said to you, maybe you remember this, who is this guy? And you said, Marty, it's you. Whoever you are at the moment, that's all we got. If the sun is shining, you don't hold the umbrella up because the script says it's a rainy scene. Or if it's raining, don't pretend that the sun is shining, because the camera is going to photograph you at that moment of time, doing whatever it is or not doing whatever it is, and the camera is going to tell the truth.
Once the actors go through that process and they become the character, then you don't have to direct them really, because whatever they do, if you say, okay, go get a glass of water, they're going to go get a glass of water in character.
Yeah,
and do, you know, so you, after about 2-3 weeks, I don't know when it is, and as I say, all the actors do it at a different time, they achieve that state. And then they've sort of become the character, and so whatever they do that's honest. I mean, that's what Brando does. Brando, if he were acting, I always like to say this, and a herd of buffalo would roll by, he would in character say, oh, look at the buffalo. You know, he would totally be the character because he doesn't care. You know?
That's true. Yeah.
But you had all, one by one, all of the guys on the boat had become, and certainly Duval arrived in character. But only one who couldn't figure out what the hell he was doing was Freddie Forrest.
Really?
And I decided, you know, I tried to be helpful to everyone, but I felt very comfortable that you were who you were, and the fish, as we used to call Lawrence, but he was the fish in those days. Everyone, but Frederick Forrest was in a very uncomfortable position. I invited him to come with me and have some lunch together. And he said to me, Francis, I don't know who I am. I really just, you know, I'm walking down the street in Beverly Hills with my girlfriend and so and so and so. I said, hey, that's the guy. Just, that's who you are. Whenever you wonder who you are, you're the guy. I'm not here.
I'm not here. That was his.
I'm not here. I'm in
phrase.
Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
And once he knew that he wasn't there, that helped him a lot. And that's how he played the part. So it was interesting for me to see all the actors like slide into who they were. And that at a certain point, and it was about 3 weeks or thereabout, everyone was who they were on the boat. And then at that point, I think all we had to do now was to experience the story and see what you guys did in character. That's what I felt. I thought you had become the guy.
Yeah, and
but
I
at
knew
first,
it.
didn't it seem that the goings on of and also, as you probably must have heard from your friends, I mean, everyone thought, oh, this crazy man is there, and it's taking longer, and did you ever worry that what was going on in the Philippines was like out of control?
No, not once.
You never did?
No, never, not once. No, we all began to realize that, you know, it was taking a toll, and that it was dicey, you know, financially, and that you were in for a lot more than you bargained for financially, and your own personal stake. And so that gave it an urgency for all of us that didn't exist when we started, you know. So
we had our families there, which was a big comfort to me. I mean, those little kids, Sophia was like 4, your kids, Renee, I loved having kids around. And they were all around, all your kids were there. Charlie, he was a little kid. Roman.
He got very involved in the, with Freddie Blau in the makeup department.
As did Roman.
Yeah, he loved that.
And my boy Gio, he was there, you know, he was just the age where he was starting to be big, so he would be like one of the extras.
And you did a scene with Emilio
and
Gio together.
What was that scene?
They did a little scene where Gio was injured and Emilio is yelling, medic, 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 and we're passing by. Didn't make the film, but they were just happy as
I gotta find that footage.
Yeah.
How about the tiger?
Tiger.
Do you remember the tiger?
I remember I asked one of the lads to put a round in the 45, and I said, because that, you know, we're gonna get close, and he said, no, you'll hurt the tiger. I said, what about the tiger hurting me and Freddie? And no, he didn't have the slightest concern about it. We were assured, you know, that he would be okay. And
you remember how they were baiting the tiger, though?
The little pig.
The guy, that crazy stuntman, Terry Leonard, was holding a pig and trying to get the tiger all and then if the tiger jumped for the pig, he threw the pig in a wooden box and closed the door so the tiger could, you remember that?
Yes, but then the tiger got the pig and took off and dragged Terry Leonard through the bush as well.
The tiger got the pig
he did,
and ran off to eat it, I assume.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that was a very dangerous tiger.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
And I remember Freddie Forrest is in the front because he was there with you, but he was a little ahead of you.
Mm-hmm.
And I kept saying, Freddie, get closer, get closer. I'm not getting closer. And that tiger did kill someone in the subsequent years, I'm told.
He was from California.
Yeah.
He was raised here, right?
Yeah.
He wasn't used to the jungle.
But I mean, the tiger was more dangerous than they let you on to think. That's what I heard. But we didn't see much of the tiger. Even in the movie, if you look at that scene,
But it's the editing. You cut right to it when
but there was all I had.
Yeah. Oh, is that it?
I didn't have a lot of fun because the tiger got the pig, and then they had to try to find the tiger.
Yeah.
And I remember they brought the tiger up with all the Italian wives when they came to visit the Italian crew, and the pilot who was flying the tiger wouldn't get in the plane because it was in the back with the wives. And they had to bring a ladder, and he climbed through the window of the front of the plane with the door.
I didn't know this.
Yes. That was strange. Strange things and also the fact that we shot a lot of the interior helicopter scenes when we were flying.
In the air, yeah. Now today that would not be done. Am I right or wrong?
They wouldn't do. They wouldn't even have helicopters.
They wouldn't have done that.
But we were up there. We were playing scenes where we're talking and you're talking, and we were flying.
Yeah. And
then
the flare went off.
And all those flares. I mean, we did some very dangerous things as I think back on it.
Yeah. Wow.
So when the typhoon hit and we were in that, did you go home?
Well, we waited it out. We were, as I said, I think you were with the company in Alongapo, and we were in a little community, I guess about 40 or 50 miles away, and we had no communication. There were rumors that you guys had been swept away, and rumors that we'd been swept away, and there was no communication.
Right. There was no communication.
Nothing.
We didn't know what happened to the other part of the group.
And Bill Graham was with us. And
that must have been.
Oh, and that was a trip. Oh, I adored him.
I forgot. Yeah, he was a wonderful character. Good actor, too.
Yes, he was. And, I had acted with him over in New York years before.
When he was starting, yeah. Bill Graham always wanted to go to the Oscar. And he said to me, he says, Francis, he says, I would love to go to the Oscar. Could you get it so I could go? So we were going to go to the Oscars, and I had to give the award. Ultimately, it went to Michael Cimino for Deer Hunter. So I'm sitting next to Bill Graham. We're in our tuxedos, and my wife and kids are off in the B seats because they give you 2-seat when you're a presenter. So I'm sitting next to Bill Graham, getting ready to go do my bit, and he's eating a cookie. He's got a bag of cookies. Me, like if there's food, I say, give me one, and I take the cookie and I eat the cookies. Francis, no. And I said, why not? He says, well, never mind.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh,
so now I go down to the thing, they come and get me, and I'm giving the award. I'm with Ali McGraw, and we're about to read the element, and she says, oh, the director is the most important thing, blah, 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 blah. And I'm supposed to say my lines, and then I just get this inspiration. I turn to the audience, and I say, I just want to tell everyone first that we're on the eve of the most wonderful transition in the movie business. Things are going to be possible in a few years that will, and above all, although we'll be able to do all these new techniques, but it was all Bill Graham's cookie, which I didn't really know was in the cookie.
Is this the first time you've revealed it?
I've told people, but that's what really happened. Yeah. Bill Graham, what a fabulous character. Yeah. And what was Bill like during the typhoon?
So funny. He wore a watch that had California time and I think Europe or something. But this is before computers or cell phones or anything. And so we moved out of the hotel and took rooms with this family in this house, like we did in Villar. And we invited him because there was another room. He was going crazy at the hotel. We said, move over here with us. So we got him a room. And Janet bought him a little telephone, a toy telephone, and he would walk around all day. Hello, Los Angeles. Yeah, what's going on over there? Listen, well, it's he was so funny.
Yeah, he was a great
running
guy.
he was a running commentary on everything, and so funny. And he was already delayed. He was supposed to have finished filming.
Yeah, I think what people should understand is that a lot of people came to do whatever we're doing. They were going to go back in 2 days, and then this storm happened, and nobody could go anywhere. So we were all there for another month. I remember, and you were there. We were shooting something, and I said, let's shoot during the typhoon. And you remember that the whole set had been
blown away.
And we were in there. Well, you were too. Yeah. Remember the still photographer, Josh Wiener, and we were digging and trying to shoot. We did shoot, in fact. That was that sequence. It only got put in the long version where the Playboy bunnies were all in the tents.
Oh, yeah.
Remember we were trying to, when you were bargaining the barrels of fuel for the girls?
Yeah.
You remember how we were trying to, ourselves, the cast, rebuild the set because of rain? That wasn't fake rain in that scene.
The mud was about
Yeah. But do you remember that we were, for a while, that I was saying, let's shoot anyway? And
That was the sequence where the boy came through with the little puppy?
Yeah.
Kept walking through the shot?
Yeah.
Yes,
But
yes,
that
I
was
remember.
all when everyone said, okay, this is a typhoon, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
And I said, no, let's shoot.
Yes,
And we did
yeah.
shoot. And
Yeah,
we
we
shot
did,
that
yeah.
sequence.
Yeah.
And we were all trying to save the set and put the
Yeah.
tent back up.
No.
That's what but then I finally said, well, this is bigger than I am. I'm, because it was always my idea to, whatever happens, to just shoot with it, because then you'll get something maybe extraordinary. You never know. And as you say, a lot of times we were stranded and didn't even know what had happened to you.
Didn't have a clue.
I remember once Bill Graham was at some house where I was living, and the water was now coming up. And Bill Graham and my two kids are all playing cards. And the lights had gone out. The power, I had been listening to Madame Butterfly, I remember, on the record, and all the power went out. And I come in there and I walk in this surreal situation, my kids playing cards with Bill Graham, and the water is, they're just in the water. Water is 2 feet of the ground, because no point, you couldn't get out of it. And then all of a sudden the power came on and Madame Butterfly started to play. I mean, there were so many surreal situations in aside from the making of the film, but at that point, the making of the film and the living there, working on the film, had become one and the same thing, you know.
Do you remember Vittorio Stororo's first glimpse of Bill Graham was at a supper we were all invited to with all the Italian families. The whole crew were there, and you and your family and me and Janet, and we were all sitting at this very long table at one of the crew's house, because the supper used to move around.
Yeah,
and
it was always great, because
yeah,
the Italians would cook.
Yes, and Vittorio Stororo said to me, Martin, who is this man in here? I said, that's Bill Graham. What is he doing in here? He's the actor. He's the guy that's going to be with the Playboy. Oh, and he starts talking to Bill. He says, Bill, do you know who you look like? And Bill said, no, what? He said, you look like Agamemnon. You know Agamemnon from the Greek. And he began, I don't know if you remember this,
no.
He began to tell the whole story of Agamemnon and Zeus, the whole Greek thing, to everybody at the table. He would do it in English for us, and then he would do it in Italian for all the Italians.
And he thought Bill should be Agamemnon.
He was
not
Agamemnon.
a bad idea.
He loved his mug.
Yeah.
You know, he would always wear pressed shirts.
He always looked like a prince.
He always looked.
He would fall in the mud. He would get up. He would still look clean.
It was fine. And there was so much downtime. We would be sitting around, and there was more than one sequence that we would shoot in the sun, and then it would rain. So you'd shoot it in the rain, and we'd wait for the rain. It wouldn't. The sun would come, and so we had every sequence practically.
But rain
and
or
rain
not.
and snow. That would be another release for the film.
Yeah,
you know?
we
This
have
is
the rainy version.
version.
No, we have the sunny version.
And one day, we were all lounging around on the boat, just waiting for one. And Vittorio had his little thing, and he's looking at the sky, and he looks down at me, and he walks by, and he says, Martin, the violence, I want to like. I said, well, the violence is not well. He was talking about the violence of the war and what we were doing, and it was like troubling to him, you know.
Yeah, no.
And it just came out in that little, the violence is not well, you know. I thought, oh, shit.
Well, he didn't speak English when I hired him. I had been so impressed with, he did the photography on the Conformista.
Yeah.
And I just fell in love with that. I met him, and it was like very far out for me to hire this Italian guy who could not speak English, but of course he learned. And he brought his kids.
Yeah.
So,
yes,
you know, I see this movie as all these little kids. Remember those his little daughter, Francesca, looked like Snow White.
And his gaffer,
Yeah.
Luciano. Remember
Luciano
Luciano
was always there without a shirt.
He looked
looking-
like a lion with
Yeah.
his hair. And he adopted a Filipino
kid,
baby.
yeah, I
And
remember.
he came on the set holding this little, I guess it was a couple of months old child. And his hand, the head was here and the body was here. And he was going around to everybody. Bravo, bravo.
Well, you know, to understand this movie, it was very interesting because the entire crew was Italian from Rome.
Yeah.
The actors, of course, came from United States. Everyone had their kids. The crew were Filipino, but there were also many Vietnamese.
Yes.
And there were many, and then we even, later on, we got into the Ifugao people who are Montagnard people. So there were like 20 languages.
And the French.
And the French. So there were all these languages going. I mean, you never dealt in any language. It was Italian. What little Italian I know, I learned on Apocalypse Now, not from my family.
Really?
Yeah. But it was an extraordinary, aside from the movie, extraordinary situation.
Yeah.
What was your impression with Marlon? Because at one point we all got there to this crazy set of this big temple, and we meet Marlon Brando.
Yeah.
Had you known him before?
No, I never. Not only would I never thought I'd get to meet him, but to work with him.
Like me, he was, to our age, out of the New York theater, he was a god.
He really was, yeah. So that was.
What was he like to you when you first met him?
Very sweet.
Yeah,
He didn't like my smoking. That was the one. He just couldn't bear people smoking around him.
Yeah.
He once said that I was a Neanderthal for smoking, and I couldn't stop. But I wouldn't smoke around him.
Right.
You know. But he was. I loved the way he was. Disarming to everyone. Remember his first day on the set, I think there was 200 people there, and he introduced himself to every single one.
He was very good about that. He knew, I mean, let's face it, from the time he was 24 or 25, he was Marlon Brando. He was like, came on the scene like electricity. So he had lived with being that kind of star, and more than a star, great personality, a beautiful man, and so handsome. He was a brilliant, brilliant man. I mean, aside from the acting, just what he thought about and talked about. So I can imagine that he would be very kind and charming.
Extreme.
Putting everyone at ease.
Everyone, yeah. The last thing he would talk about was acting or filmmaking. He'd talk about anything but that.
Yeah, he didn't like to talk about acting.
No,
he didn't think acting was all that hard.
No, or a big deal. You know, but he lived nearby us on the hill. And we used to do a lot of barbecuing, and one day he just suddenly appeared. And Janet said, "Would you like to join us?" Of course he did. And it became almost a ritual. He would come down, and the kids didn't really have a clue who he was, and they would ask him all these questions.
He loved kids. He was very comfortable with
kids. He was very funny. He would do little jokes, and you know, he'd do these little tricks, you know, with them. And
he
so
genuinely liked kids.
He really was.
I think he liked kids, and he liked animals because they didn't. Everyone else makes a deal out of, oh, you're important.
Yeah.
And kids, they either like you or they don't like you.
Exactly. Yeah.
And animals are like that too, you know.
Yeah.
And
so the kids would ask him all these questions: Where are you from? What do you do? How did this come about? How did that? You know, and that's how we learned about him, about his life and kind of who he was. You know.
How wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Remember his big anger. I never knew whether it was real or not with Dennis Hopper.
Oh, God, I didn't know if it was either.
Do you think it was real?
Well, I think he disapproved of some of Dennis's behavior.
But I never knew for sure, because Dennis Hopper is also a very brilliant guy. I never knew for sure if Marlon was doing this because that was a concept of his, how he thought the character related to that character. Or whether or not he really felt that way.
It was never clear.
I never knew, but all I know is I couldn't bring Dennis Hopper in a room with Marlon without there being some fireworks. And then, of course, we used it, and we photographed it in those scenes where you were there as in your first scenes with Marlon.
Do you remember the scene when we were setting up? You had a long dolly shot where I came into the temple to dispose of him. And it was only my shadow on the wall so that we could get the axe hitting him with his shadow and all. Do you remember the early take on that? I think it was the very first take where he was reading a book, and when I came up behind him to hit him. Do you remember the take, what he did?
I don't know that I remember that.
As I reached, you know, as I raised the hatchet to hit him, he saw it in the shadow on the wall. He turned to me and he said, "Pray for your father." Do you remember that?
I do vaguely remember that.
I dropped the hatchet and I just sort of, I didn't know what to do. I was just just totally disarmed, discombobulated. And you said, "Oh, what's the problem?" You yelled, "Cut!" Of course. Hey, what's the problem here? And I said, "I can't explain it." But it was just extraordinary.
Well, interaction with Marlon was a real adventure because and again, where the movie ended and the life began, being with him, with the things he would talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when he came? He was supposed to be there for 3 weeks, and the whole first week. You remember those days?
We were working on the script. Yeah.
You guys were all ready to shoot, but you
Yeah.
didn't know what we were going to
Didn't know what
shoot.
we were
I
gonna
didn't know
do,
what to
yeah.
shoot. I mean, thank God for Vittorio Storaro, because I said, well, I don't know. I got this great big guy. I don't have a green beret uniform, so I can't have like the military thing because they don't make green beret uniforms in size extra XXXXX. So how can I dress him? And then I just had this idea, well, if I shoot him in black with the bald head, he'll look like a big guy because he had big shoulders. Then I'll get Pete Cooper, who was 6'7", who was our boat guide, and we'll portray Kurtz as a giant, which is sort of what we tried to do. But it was Victorio who said, "Francis, we just try something with the light, let's start, what's the difference?" So I had no idea how to do any of that sequence. I go up there, you're there, we put him in the darkness, and then Marlon starts acting with the shadows. You remember he's poking his head out, and putting the sponge on his head, and step by step, we, all those conversations in the houseboat, I started to listen to them because I was recording everything and, making a script of what he could talk about that would be related to what we were talking about, and just piece together, because it was nothing like the script.
No. And he changed the name too, remember? He wanted to go back to Kurtz.
No, yeah. He said, no, Kurtz is a terrible name.
Yeah, he wanted an all-American name.
Yeah, he says, it should be something beautiful like Laley.
Yeah.
So Langley, Laley.
Yeah.
So we called him Colonel Laley at his request. Then after we shot it all like that, he said, no, it should be Kurtz. I said, but we already did it. If you look in the movie and you'll see, he says Kurtz, he's really saying Laley.
No, I didn't see it, no.
Well, you don't see it.
Yeah.
I mean, movies are very forgiving.
Yeah.
But that was a crazy period with Marlon, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And that whole you in the bamboo thing and Dennis Hopper, that was the epitome of the madness of that production.
I remember landing at the compound from the boat, and Dennis's very first scene. And it was a dialogue scene between he and I and the lads as we walked up and around and saw all this destruction and madness around. And after take 38, of course, by then it was a monologue. No one could get a word edgewise with Dennis, and it was fine.
Have you ever been in a film where it was quite that far out in terms of everything being changed right in front of you?
No.
Scary.
No, it was, but we always knew that it was
unusual.
Possible. It was possible. And it wasn't, I mean, it was frustrating a lot of times because so much time was spent waiting, around for weather
or a script,
whatever.
Do you remember when Freddie Forrest got the call sheet that said he had to have the head cut off, and he didn't know his character was going to have his head cut off?
Well, I remember one scene you had me shot. When we arrived at the Dolong Bridge, you said, he should get shot here. I think we're going to have him get shot. And so I got shot. Do you remember that? In the rain, fell in a ditch, a mud hole.
You got wounded.
Yeah, got wounded.
That's pretty good. Why didn't we use that? I like that.
And I remember asking one of the veterans, what's it like to get shot? And he says, you won't know it until someone else will tell you you've been shot. It's like...
what did you think during this? I mean, you must have gone home and said, well...
The one time... when the charges went off in the water, when we were leaving that sequence, that was the scariest time for me. Because they were lifting the boat up ever so slightly, but it was like an earthquake. The charges were rocking the boat, and it was like, oh my God, this was like mortar shells, landing nearby. And it was like, wow, what if one of those actually hits the boat? It was made out of plastic. It could blow a hole in it, and this is where we're going to land, But I could swim by then.
But so we've talked a little bit about Marlon, and then you've talked about this in Ellie's documentary, but I remember the news in the morning that you had this heart attack, and of course we were all scared. because I thought you were just like a physical, behemoth. You're a solid muscle. So I said, well, I don't understand. Actually, your youth was a very good thing for you.
Yeah, because I've been told that it was a good thing if I was going to have one, I had it when I was young.
When you were
now it would kill me.
you were very strong at that time when you had it. It was just, you were just smoking too much and exercising too much at the same time.
Yeah, it was nutty.
I remember my first impression was you were there. That I vaguely think you were there, but my impression was you were going to make it. That of course, all the rumors started happening. Oh, it's serious. Some people even said you had died.
Yes.
And that's when I said that terrible thing is that he's not dead until I say, because they were calling up their agents. It was a very vulnerable time, and they were saying Martin's had a heart attack. And I said, don't say anything because we don't know. He's okay. He's going to be all right. I just came from him. I remember as soon as I was there talking to the doctor, I knew you were going to make it. I didn't know what the consequences would be of making it, whether you would be. I didn't realize it would be the recovery that it turned out to be. And of course, the way the film was being financed, had the backers pulled out, they would have just taken what we had spent out of me, and there would be no film. And it was only the fact that you and Janet agreed to, well, you were going to go for whatever it was, 8 weeks, or go home and be taken care of. And you left me Joe.
My brother, yeah.
And we just continued shooting with Joe. And he physically looked like you. And I said, look at Joe, we dress him up like you. Go do whatever you would normally do in this circumstance. Get all the care. Go. Did you go to L.A.?
No, we stayed in a hotel. We had, I guess, about 2 weeks in the hospital and then in a hotel in Manila near Makati Medical Center where I just recovered. I guess it was about 6 weeks before I actually came back. Yeah, and the kids came back over.
So we were shooting the
You
whole
were shooting
time.
Joe. Yeah, you were shooting all the explosions. And,
It looked like you. I mean, I don't even know in the movie now which it's Joe and which is you. And then I remember you did come back after about 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And in a sense, the gamble worked that we, rather than people, when I was a kid in the East Coast, who you probably, when it snowed, everyone's, oh, it's snowing, we're not going to go to school, we're not going to do anything. People, whenever something happens, people are very quick to throw up their hands and say, okay, well, everything is canceled.
Yeah.
But I thought it was better to just go keep working and, you figure you had all the care that you could possibly have and you were going to either get better or you're not going to get better, but I felt you were going to get better. I know your wife felt, we all felt.
We were determined, yeah.
We all felt that you were definitely going to get better. And then you came back after about 6 weeks. I remember it was a very happy day. And then we had a number of scenes in which we had shot the big wide shot and stuff, and then we got kind of focused on the closer stuff. And we did.
And I was monitored. I had those chest monitors, and I wore a belt.
And now I don't know which scenes are which. Which is saying a lot. And I don't know if that's Joe, or whether you shot it before you had this experience or after. But somehow it all. And then we did shoot a little bit in L.A. Just stuff with
Napa.
the pouch, in Napa
on
with
the Sacramento River. We
yeah.
did all the inserts with the pouch, and a lot of close-ups of the boat moving.
Right. But by now, this has been like a year and a half, right?
Yeah, it would have been, yeah.
So I guess what I wanted to ask you really is, what was it like when, because there are lots of rumors about the picture, that it was a mess, that it wasn't going to get done, and then finally I took it to Cannes as an unfinished picture because I felt the only defense I had from all this journalism, predicting the worst, was just to show it and say, this is what I got. What was it like from where you were and with your family and stuff now, the post, this last session when the film finally got exposed, I guess in Cannes, you weren't in Cannes, were you?
I went to the Ziegfeld Theater in New York with a friend, and that was the first time I ever saw it on the big screen.
Yeah, that was a nice theater.
Oh, God, yeah. And I remember sitting there, and when the scene with Bobby, attacking the village, the aircraft coming in, and it was all this talking, and people were just coming in the theater, and I turned around to ask them to be quiet, and then I realized it was on the soundtrack.
Yeah,
that was the voices on the soundtrack.
That was the first time that what is now the Dolby 5 we invented that, basically, that 5-track stereo. It was the first mix of sound that ever Walter Murch, of course, did it. And I had this idea that the music should be this synthesized 5-point stereo, and we did the whole movie like that.
Yeah.
And that became, from that point on, the standard for all the movies today are done like Apocalypse was done. That was the first one, and that became the Dolby standard.
It was very, very impressive.
What were you expecting, and the reaction?
It was hard to get through the opening, frankly, because I had never seen it. Even though I had done the narration for it, I had never seen the actual footage that it would be part. So I didn't know what you had used, and it was so shocking. And my friend said to me, as we were watching it, how does it feel to watch that? And I said, well, that's not who I am. That's who I was at that moment, and it's okay. Because I was seeing somebody that made the film, and I wasn't that same person now, so it was okay. And I think you maybe have heard me say in interviews since then that if anybody would have told me coming in, okay, we're going to do this film, we're going to be in the Philippines for maybe 15 months, you might have some problems here and there, what do you say? I said, no, thanks very much, I'll pass. But I've learned since then that I have not the slightest regret, because I never would have known myself the way that I've been privileged to know, and to accept the responsibility for who I am, what I did, and to go on. It was a landmark in my life, and that scene in particular revealed something to me about myself. I still had an image of myself, and I was trying to project
But you were willing during that scene, because you did it.
Yeah, it broke me. I mean, it broke me in a good way. It was like it broke through my, as you say, my ego. You call it the vanity. It was my ego. It was like, yeah, I want to be handsome, and I want to be virile, and I want to be able to project this part. But the only thing that made all that possible was the brokenness, which came out by accident, basically.
Well, it was funny. It was truly a dream. I mean, I don't know a night before, but I had this very vivid dream that told me that. I don't know where that comes from.
Yeah. You also revealed one day about a dream you had the night before. You were very disturbed because in the dream, the film was about to be released, and you hadn't had a chance to cut it yet. Yeah. Do you remember that?
Those are a lot of anxiety. One night I want to bring up something, and it's been such a pleasure to talk to you. But one night we were shooting at the Kurtz compound night, and we were doing some lighting, so there was a lot of time. And I was up in a big tower. I don't know if you remember this story.
Throwing coconuts?
No, I was up on a tower, some tower, and I asked them to get you out of wherever you were and come up into the tower with me. And you came up the tower, and you sat up there with me. We were overlooking the whole thing. Do you remember that at all?
Go on. Yeah, I was afraid of the height.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So you said, well, what is it?
I was afraid of everything.
So you got up way up this tower, and the two of us are in this little, I don't know, it was a tower part of the set, and we're looking out over this thing. And I remember this night very well because it took a lot of courage of me to say this to you. And I said to you something to the effect of, Marty, this thing we're working on, it's been crazy and everything, but I want you to know that I think that this thing that we've done is going to live for a long time and be a classic.
To have confidence.
Well, I don't know why I was telling you. It was just that I had this great realization that what we had done was sort of monumental in all of its craziness and weakness, but that in the end it would be looked on as something that we were both going to be associated with for all our lives, and when we're gone.
Our lives are, I guess, forever entwined and just on that one experience. And so I've never had a chance to thank you publicly for it, but I'm extremely grateful to you. The change that it made in my life, personally and career-wise, has never, ever been the same. And so
I want to thank you and your family and your wife for persevering so that we could get it through. It was several times it was almost
a little dicey.
It was very dicey, but thank you, and
thank you,
and thanks for coming and spending this very enjoyable, for me, a very enjoyable time sitting around talking to you and reminiscing. Thank you, Marty.
Hey, thank
Thanks
you.
for your wonderful performance.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now we can order food.
The wonderful thing is that you redefined the whole heroic image of the director, because the heroic image of the director prior to that was this guy in puttees, you know, strutting around the set with his hat, you know, and his vision. Well, that was the original image, and then it became, you know, the French New Wave director, or Fellini or something, with his vision and seeing things a certain way. Now, to be a real director, you had to put all of your money, everything you owned, on the line, go off to some horrible place where there was a very strong possibility that you would not come back, you know, and it had to be malarial. It had to be, you know, just this horrible situation, and you had to be knee-deep in a swamp, and that's when you were really...
And you had to put your sanity at stake.
Yeah, and then, oh no, you had to, at some point in it, be convinced that you had lost your sanity. Otherwise, you weren't really directing.
You know, really, so often people ask me, oh, who had the idea of the helicopter battle? Who wrote those great lines? I love the smell of napalm in the morning. And I said, that's all John Milius. And as kind of, this is what I wanted to talk about, because I wasn't involved in the original creation of the script Apocalypse Now. It was like totally you, and then later George Lucas. So I wanted to ask you first, where did the idea come to you originally, before you had written it or you began to think of writing it?
Well, when I was at cinema school, you know, I sort of became obsessed with the idea that this war was raging on. And I guess that, you know, and I thought, boy, well, this is an interesting place to have a war, a very colorful place to have a war. And it's a very colorful war. And I didn't think of it, I thought, what a great thing to have a movie, and there will be movies about this war. But of course, I didn't think much about me doing a movie about the war, because I figured I was going to go.
Was there still a draft at the time?
Oh yeah, yeah. And I, by being in school, had a, you know, temporary deferment. But I knew that I was going to go, and I figured that also I was sort of looking forward to it, because I really didn't think I would ever have a career in the cinema. I really thought I would have a military career that would probably end shortly. And so, you know, I went, and I wanted to fly an F-4, you know, and I went down one time and signed up for the Marine Air Program, and, you know, didn't tell them that I had asthma. And so, you know, very shortly after, I washed out on the idea, you know, and the, you know, fact that I had asthma. I didn't think that was fair. I thought that I didn't have asthma very often. I didn't realize that if you had asthma when you were landing on an aircraft carrier, it could be inconvenient to a lot of other people. And so, but when that happened, it made me reconfigure my whole life, because suddenly I wasn't going to go to Vietnam. I wasn't going to be killed in Vietnam. I would probably live past 26, which I had not planned on. And as most people when they're 20 don't plan very far ahead. And so now I had to think about the whole thing in a different way, and it was about 1968, I think, then. And I started thinking, boy, I really want to do something about this.
And at that time, did you know George Lucas yet, or?
Yeah, I don't remember that in my class, the only undergraduates when I got to USC were George and me and Randall Kleiser, I think, and Basil Polidorus.
So when you began to think about a possible screenplay set in Vietnam, did George know about it from the beginning, or was it something
we would sit down in that center part of that stable. It was an old stable there at USC, and there was an area with grass in it, in between all the buildings, and we would tell stories of all the great movies we were going to make, or we'd discuss some movie that was being, you know, I remember when George saw The Wild Bunch, how excited he was about it. We all had to go out and see The Wild Bunch then. And of course, the other film that everybody loved then was Dr. Strangelove.
Yeah.
And Dr. Strangelove obviously has a profound influence on Apocalypse Now.
Exactly. That's a good point.
So when it came to making a story about Vietnam, the other factor that came into this was my writing teacher, Erwin Blacker, was this very, very tough kind of guy that everybody was afraid of. And he really liked me, and so he was extremely tough on me, but he would really destroy the confidence of most students because they'd start, pitching their story. And he would say, I'm bored. I'm going to make an arrangement to play tennis. If I had a phone here, I'd pick it up right now. And the girl, whoever was delivering the story, would break down and cry. And he says, that's not going to do you a lot of good out there. So he was really good. I mean, the whole idea of what he was trying to do was to, show you what it was going to be like, that you were going to deal with rude people who didn't know anything, who were illiterate and stuff like this. And he would tell, the great thing in his class, he'd tell Hollywood stories. He'd tell about this person doing this, and this is how this happened, and stuff like this. And this was all kind of stories of a world that was somewhere up there on Olympus, that we were never going to get to. So, of course, one of the things he said is he discussed Heart of Darkness. And he said, Heart of Darkness has been attempted many times, and it beat Orson Welles. He couldn't do it. And some, I don't remember who else tried it. Various other people had tried it, and they'd failed. And Heart of Darkness was one of the great stories of all English literature, and it's stumped every great writer, all these great writers, Ben Hecht and, Ernie Lehman, all these fabulous writers. And so that was like waving a red flag in front of a young bull.
I didn't know that. That's great.
And of course, I loved Heart of Darkness. When I was 17 years old, I read Heart of Darkness, and I was in Colorado, where I was going to school at the time, because I was sent away to Colorado to get me away from the beach. And that was like, throwing Brer Rabbit in the briar patch, because living in the mountains of Colorado, I immediately became a mountain man. I had a trap line and went hunting, and I decided that I would then become Jim Bridger, So reading Heart of Darkness was a wonderful thing to do, reading in the middle of winter about the jungles of Africa, in the Congo or whatever, while you're surrounded with snow and feeling, but at the same time feeling like a mountain man, and one of the things that was wonderful about the whole theme of Heart of Darkness was the jungle as a force in itself that either corrupts you because of your fear of it, because you realize that the jungle is primeval. It is a force that you have to give yourself to something. And it's as simple as being afraid of the dark. And that what you do in the jungle is the same thing you do when you're a kid and you're afraid of the dark. You subject yourself to darkness. In the jungle, you go deeper and deeper into the jungle, as deep as you can. And when you're so afraid of the jungle and the spirits of the jungle, then you put on war paint. Then you become a creature of the jungle. Then you have totems. You become an animal. You start howling like a wolf or something or whatever it is. And of course, I did all this in Colorado. I would go out and I would sleep against a tree, convinced that a Yeti was on the other side of the tree. But I would take my rifle and then I would sit there and I would say, this force, this primeval, spirits of the force, this primitive thing that's on the other side of the tree, the bear that's going to get me, I can't really deal with it without the rifle. So I have to leave the rifle at home. And I have to learn to sleep with just a knife. And then finally I have to stick the knife in the tree and sleep without anything there. And to do that, you have to give yourself to it. And that's exactly what Heart of Darkness is about. It's about the whole idea that Kurtz has given himself to these forces. And he's not only given himself to it, he's befriended them. And he's become part of that. So when I read that story, I was so absolutely transformed by it, more than any other short story, probably more than any other literature I'd ever read. even before I met you, I said, I'm going to have to, I think when I read that, some of those articles, like the Michael Hare articles and stuff, I said, I really should start putting something down and thinking about it.
And didn't you know, like guys, contemporaries who were coming back for
Yes, that too. I had a number of friends who just gotten back from Vietnam, and they talked about it and everything, and I talked to them a great deal, and I realized I had numerous people, a great deal of information I could get, and I started going and finding anyone I could who'd been in Vietnam.
Any surfers?
Oh yeah, there was a couple of surfers. There were very few surfers actually went, because most surfers figured out how to get out of the draft, which is very well illustrated in Big Wednesday. But you know, when it came time to talk to these people, I would just sort of collect everything I could, you know, that
stories.
And so finally, I don't know whether maybe it was George that said, you should really start writing this thing. You should write this thing. You're the writer. You write stuff. You know, nobody else wanted to be a writer then. And so when it came time to do it, I thought of Heart of Darkness, and I said, that's what I should do. I should do Heart of Darkness in Vietnam. And, you know, I should use Heart of Darkness like an allegory. And I thought, well, I should go back and read it. And I said, no, I don't want to read it again, because I remember it as if it were a dream. And I want to read it, I want to have it always be that kind of dream. If I go back and I see it too exactly, I probably will screw it up.
So did you and George cook up the basic idea of a PBR going up a river, Heart of Darkness, or was this something you suggested to George, or he suggested?
That was just me.
That was you?
Yeah, George did. George just said, you know, put all the neat stuff in there, lots of helicopters.
It's important for people to realize that he was going to direct it.
Yeah, no one wanted to be a writer.
Right.
I mean, you know, writers have never been treated very well in Hollywood anyway. The big hero thing to be was a director. And the next big hero thing to be was a cinematographer, because then you got to hold the camera. And the camera was equipment, and people were always into equipment. The camera was kind of, you know, if you were in an infantry squad, you wanted to carry the M60. The camera was the M60, you know.
And so was George sort of saying, well, if you write this thing, maybe I can direct it?
Yeah, there was always the idea that George would, you know, matter of fact, I at that time, never conceived of myself as a director. I never thought I would be a director. And I don't know why, because, you know, I guess because I had not been in Hollywood. You know, I thought directors were people like Kurosawa or John Ford, you know, and how can you be one of those people, you know? And I didn't realize till I got into Hollywood how bad a lot of directors were, you know.
You remember that time when I came back with George from shooting The Rain People, and I had some little office at Warner Brothers, and we had the editing room next door, and that's when George started. That's when I think I first may have met you, when George started inviting some friends to come by, yourself, and I invited occasionally like Carol Ballard, and there was a little bit of a hangout right on the studio.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, at what phase was Apocalypse Now then? You were actually writing it? You hadn't written it yet.
No, because I didn't really start writing it in earnest until you got that deal and literally hired me to write it.
So that was really when it really there started to be
That was when it really started, when I started from page one. But I'd written lots of notes.
Yeah.
I'd written scores of notes. I'd written scenes that actually were very, very similar to what finally was in the movie.
I remember, I'd like to ask you when the title Apocalypse Now first came to mind, because I remember you had other titles. I remember you sometimes referred to it as the Psychedelic Soldier.
No, the other people did. It was always Apocalypse Now, because I had I would see all these things that hippies came in very suddenly from about 1965. All of a sudden, and hippies were good and bad, because I didn't believe it. I love beatniks, but hippies would often have a peace sign, and the peace sign would say Nirvana now. You know, in other words, you can get high, you can reach that state. Why wait? You know, take, you know, chemicals that will help you reach where, I mean, you don't have to study Zen, you don't have to do anything nirvana now. And so, of course, me wanting to be contrary, just probably for no other reason than to be contrary, and being sort of a warlike individual anyway, I took a peace sign and I converted it. It's got the, you know, you've seen the peace sign. I put nasals on it and a tail so that it became a B-52. And then I put Apocalypse Now.
That's great. So you invented Apocalypse Now out of the Nirvana Now, and the peace sign you turned into a B-52.
Right. And I had that, and I put it on some of my books or something, or carried it around, and everybody liked that. Now, it was long before anything was written.
Right.
And so that was always going to be the title.
Where did they had early on this extraordinary invention you did of the helicopter attack playing the psyops music, the Wagner, which is of course your creation. Everyone asks, "Oh, that was great what you did." I said, "I didn't do it. That was in the script."
When you listen to that music, and I love Wagner, it just lends itself to helicopters for some reason.
How did you come up with that? Because that was an early idea, wasn't it?
Yeah, but when I wrote the script, the two things that I thought about all the time were Wagner and the Doors. You know, because I wrote the script entirely to Wagner and the Doors. And that's all I did, was I'd take that first Doors album and put it on and just play it. I must have played that until it just, I used it up or whatever.
And the Doors truly were favorites of the Vietnam guys?
Oh, yeah. And I remember the Doors, to me, were always that music was always music of war. And I remember telling that to the Doors, and they were just horrified. They just said, "This is the exact opposite of, I mean, how could you get this?" I said, "Worse yet, this is what their music is most famous for now."
Just a little footnote, ironically, the Doors were all UCLA film students.
Yeah.
When I was there, all of Ray Manzarek and Jim Morrison, who was the son of an admiral, a very important admiral, were all UCLA film students.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
I knew them at film school.
Really?
And Morrison was an extremely quiet, introspective young fellow, very sweet, well-read. He used to love, he was a big Nietzsche fan. He knew all about Nietzsche, and he was a poet.
Well, he had to be. I mean, he had to be he was a extraordinary poet. I mean, you just listen to this stuff. It's just remarkable how good it is.
So what happened briefly then at that moment is I was able to wangle this deal at Warner Brothers, which is where we all were hanging out, and it was right around the time we all moved to San Francisco.
Of course, our idea of that, when you first came up with that, we all figured that if we were going to work in the business at all, we were probably going to work at some commercial house cutting negative for years. And so the idea that you had sort of conned them somehow into bringing, this motley entourage over there, that we were actually going to be employed by a real big studio, And by that time, I'd already gone to work. I was sort of the second guy out. You were the first guy. You'd blazed the trail, but you were so far ahead that I couldn't find the marks on the trees.
I was 5-6 years older. That's a big difference. So what happened? We moved to San Francisco, and I got this money, and I took the money that they had given me, and I divided it up between you and George and Carol Ballard and Willard Hike, and I think that Steve Wax.
I remember you came to me and you said, "How much do you need to live for a year?" And I said, and I was very bold, I said, 15 grand. And you said, "I think I can get it for you." I couldn't believe it.
And to what extent? Because I gave George this kind of a like amount of money or something, because he wanted to do a feature version of THX, which he did as our very first film. And to what extent, when you were writing the Apocalypse Now, how did you collaborate with George? Was he getting the pages as you were writing them, or was he sort of more working on his own thing and you were working alone?
He was really working on his own thing, and he just said, "Go on, keep doing it, tell me about some scenes that you have," and stuff like that. And I don't think he read any of it until I had about 60 pages done.
Yeah, I don't think I did. Of course, there were like 6 guys writing scripts. We were like a little mini studio. But tell me about the writing of it as it really started to come to life. Because I think in that first script, you had all the big ingredients.
Oh,
the
yeah.
helicopter battle, Colonel, his name was Colonel Carnage.
Yeah.
So tell us about actually writing
Colonel
the script.
Kurtz, you know, that I had Kurtz in
Yeah,
there.
you had always Kurtz.
Yeah, always Kurtz. Because the idea, I wanted to have that moment where he says, Colonel Kurtz, he dead.
He dead.
You know.
So how was writing it? How did it start to unfold?
It unfolded pretty, you know, systematically because once it started and I knew I was going to go up this river, the river just led me.
How'd you invent the 4 characters on the boat? Mr. Clean, the chief.
Well, I knew that what there was on a PBR. I took the crew on a PBR, and I figured that there's going to be a chief who's in charge, and that Mr. Clean should be this young guy, you know, from the Bronx or something, and that, you know, the rock and roll. And then the chef was one of my favorites because I loved the idea of a guy, and I thought that, even at the time, I thought that's really kind of absurd, you know, this guy who's trained to be a saucier, you know, and he's from New Orleans, you know, and this kind of thing, and he ends up in the Navy and he can't stand it, you know, because all the food is ruined, you know, and this kind of thing. And so,
and then, of course, Lance.
Yeah.
Who was Lance based on? A real guy?
Well, the character that I created of Lance is just a surfer. I just named him Lance.
Unfortunately, the beautiful kid who played Lance died far too young last year, Sam Bottoms. But he embodied a good Lance.
Yes, he was. And that family were all surfers, so he understood it.
Right.
And,
he was a wonderful, wonderful young man.
Yeah, he was. He was, you know, I love the way he retained his innocence throughout the whole thing.
So you had the characters, you had the PBR, and then Willard. Willard was your Marlowe.
Yeah, and Willard was sort of, the idea of Willard was this guy, it was a very complex character in a way because Willard was a guy who was really ahead of his time. The character who's kind of been written about a lot now, but wasn't written about at all then, was a character who didn't necessarily, wasn't a warlike character, but he got high on the war. The war was his drug.
War lover.
Yeah, and he didn't have anywhere else he could go where he could live like that, and he didn't know what else to do. I mean, Willard is a poster boy for post-traumatic stress syndrome, you know, and especially in the first scene. You know, and I love the idea that Willard doesn't know where to go, doesn't know what to do, and they come to get him, you know, and it's like he hopes they're going to come to get him. And, you know, I needed a mission, and they brought me one. And after that one, I wouldn't need another, you know. And of course, I think I was getting divorced when the movie was made. And I called you and I said, I need a mission. You said, I understand.
So then this led to this extraordinary helicopter Wagner. When you wrote that, you must have felt, my God, what have I done? How are they going to do this?
Oh, yeah. That whole scene, I thought the Wagner worked. I knew that would probably work, and I knew that they did have psyops where they, you know, put speakers and played things.
But they didn't play Wagner.
They didn't play Wagner. They played rock and roll and stuff like that. But no, I really thought the Wagner would work. I thought that it would be a, you know, something that fit with helicopters and helicopter assault. And it works so well that you can't do a helicopter assault anywhere in the world without using Wagner today. That during Desert Storm, when the 101st landed behind the Iraqi lines, they had the helicopters flying over with the Wagner before the other helicopters came, so that everybody could hear the Wagner and run away and hear Ride of the Valkyries. And then the same thing in 2003 when they invaded. Every time the Apaches would go ahead, they'd put on the Wagner.
I got a letter from the great director Von Karajan, who I think conducted the version we used, but he was so blown away by the Wagner attack that he wanted to meet me and discuss other ways of using music with film, and then he died.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I wish I had that letter, but he was very, very impressed with it. So the script is pouring out of you, and you just are, can you tell us any more of this? Because you're having this all alone. It's one of the points I wanted to make is that you created Apocalypse Now.
Oh.
I didn't create Apocalypse Now. So you're sitting there alone, you typing?
No, I don't type anything, I write.
So you're writing this out, and you're writing one scene, every scene. Is there anything else as you Colonel Carnage then, or
Well,
kind of tell us about that?
When I was doing those scenes with Kilgore, you know, the first air cav stuff, I was sort of aware, you know, because, you know, when you're growing up and you study literature, you're supposed to put all kinds of allegories in. That's what writers do. So I thought, well, this is sort of like the Cyclops. This is like, you know, Odysseus meeting the Cyclops.
That's
you know?
wonderful for people to know.
And that, you know, and then later when they meet the Playboy bunnies, those are the, you know,
Sirens.
the sirens, you know. And but this is the Cyclops, and he has to fool the Cyclops to get past. And then the only way he can fool him is with these surfers. You know, and he finds the means. He says, "Here's Lance. You know, here's Lance Johnson," and he kind of encourages him. You know, and he says, "We have to get up into this river. You know, and there's supposed to be really good surf up there." And
I love when he says, "I'm a goofy foot."
yeah, yeah. And I love the idea that he, you know, that it makes perfect sense that he would be interested in surfing. You know, that he would want to go. The other thing that made me put that in there was, once again, going back to the 6-Day War, was there was an article I read about Ariel Sharon, and that Sharon had led this, you know, armored incursion, you know, this deep strike all the way down to Aqaba. And when they'd taken Aqaba, he got off of his tank, and he loved to skin dive. And there were fish that were only in Aqaba. And he went out with his spear and shot some of these fish and then roasted them and ate them with his, you know, command staff as the Egyptian tanks are burning in the background and everything. And he said, "We're eating their fish. You know, we not only have gotten here and we've destroyed everything, but we're eating their fish." And that was the whole thing with the idea that we're going to surf their point. You know, we're going to take their village, we're going to annihilate them, you know, and then we're going to surf their waves.
What about your line, "Charlie don't surf"?
Yeah, well, that's what it comes to. And they said, "Well, we can't do that, you know. That's Charlie's point." He says, "Look, Charlie don't surf," you know. And that goes back to the idea of the whole thing with, you know, Kilgore, is that somebody once, actually I came up with the idea that it was a California war, you know, that as opposed to World War II, where the guys in World War II, if all the movies about World War II, there's always a guy from the Bronx, another guy's maybe from the Midwest, but nobody's from California. But our culture was centered at this time around California. The hippies and everything the whole world.
Beach Boys.
Yeah, everything was California. So, and of course the war became California. You'd constantly see pictures of helicopters with flames on the front, you know, flames on the rocket pods, you know, psychedelic writing on the front. Everybody, every grunt had a peace sign, you know, peace, you know, which was ridiculous, you know, or peace through superior firepower, you know, something like that on their helmet, you know, they were constantly listening to hippie music and stuff like this. So it was this clash between California culture and this ancient place, you know, that had resisted even Genghis Khan, you know, that Vietnam, Indochina had resisted the French, had resisted everything. Its culture, yeah, it resisted the Chinese and had absorbed and resisted everything. And now it had this thin film of communism on it. But underneath was this deep Oriental mysticism, this wonderful, you know, inscrutable Oriental character that was coming up against California, against rock and roll, you know, and drugs, you know, and immense firepower.
Water skiing.
Yeah, water skiing.
Where did that come from,
The idea, I mean, doesn't it make sense that if you're on a PBR, you definitely want a water ski behind it, you know? And
did you invent it or hear that it happened?
No, I just thought that up. I thought, you know, because surfers did that all the time, you know.
You once told me a line that when I directed it, always held central, and I wonder, I'm sure you remember, you told me the line you heard somewhere is we teach the boys to drop fire on people and yet won't let them write the word fuck on their airplanes.
And that really was interesting that when I went to Desert Storm many years later, and I went to the Marine Air Group that was based in Bahrain, all the airplanes, and the Marines were, you know, they'd won their battles and everything, and all the airplanes were air superiority gray with the numbers on them and stuff like that. And the only thing that distinguished them, gave them personality, was they had the names of the pilots, you know, so-and-so Bud something or other, or so-and-so Moon something or other. But when you went over to the British, they had naked women on the sides of their airplanes and all kinds of, you know, things on them, you know.
Immoral things.
Yeah, lots of immoral things. And the British were so straight-laced and everything that somehow we have accepted the idea that we can't do this, you know.
While at the same time we were burning people alive. And
right.
So what I'm focusing on is basically how you invented all this stuff just when you wrote that first draft. And now you were getting through the middle of it. Can you tell us about how you invented the Playboy bunnies?
Oh yeah, we got to go to the
How did you do that? How did you invent that?
Well, that was just logical. I mean, when you saw the whole idea of these shows, you know, where these incredibly sexy girls are brought there and, you know, displayed to thousands of men who may die the next day, what's going to stop them from taking those girls? You know, why wouldn't they take those girls, you know? And that must have happened many times where it kind of got out of hand, you know.
Did you ever hear that it had, or you?
I didn't ever hear that it had. In fact, most of the people told me that they were just so happy to see, you know, a girl from home gyrating, looking sexy and all that kind of thing, and just, you know, so happened just to see that was enough that made them feel good. But they did say there was a desire, you know, why don't we just go take these girls, you know, or something like this. And the whole idea that these guys would run into that and they would be tempted, because these are the sirens. These were supposed to be the sirens, you know, that they, and you know, I really, you know, like the first version better where they don't ever touch them, because they can't touch the sirens. You can't touch the sirens or you'll end up on the rocks.
You mean when we edited out the subsequent, when they find that was in the script though, originally?
Yeah, it was. And when I liked it, when I saw the movie, I said, boy, I'm glad that part's gone, you know.
Well, with a flick of the switch, they can see the first version the way it is. And it's only if they want to waste another half hour that they can see the, you know, I mean, it's they're two different.
But I mean, that's what's sort of good about when a movie's made, and you know all the things that we did, and you and I went over so many things, and some of the stuff that you think that was great when you first wrote it, you sit there and go, oh my God, you know, how did I ever do that? And other things that are interesting, how they come out, like the famous lines of Duvall's.
Yeah.
And
you never know.
Yeah, you know, I love the smell of napalm in the morning. Is that
That's when you used to do it yourself so well.
But I thought, this is so over the top. This will be the first thing that comes out.
Well, he did it well.
He did it so well.
He was very committed to the character.
And what was great is he came to me and he asked me, he wanted to know what all those surfing terms were, exactly what they were. You know, he wanted to go down to Malibu, sit there and look at surfers, you know, see how they walked around, what they did. He wanted to, you know that when he talked about a cutback, what a cutback was, you know. And I love in the latest version where it comes to the conclusion that which is that they steal his board. You know, I love the fact that they steal his board and then he comes looking for it. I will not hurt or harm you. Just leave the board. It's awfully hard to get a good board, you know.
Well, you know, when we showed the movie first as you remember, when the movie first came out, it was very dicey which way it was going to go.
Yeah.
And I really had my life based on it. I had financed it, and you know, it was starting to get a kind of negative buzz. It got some horrible reviews. I remember the reviewer Frank Rich.
Oh yeah,
wrote
he hated it.
in his review. He says this is the greatest disaster in all of 50 years of Hollywood. I'm thinking, gee, weren't there worse than Apocalypse? Weren't there movies in
Hello Dolly was sort of, I think, was a...
Well, anyway, is it really the worst disaster? I felt my feelings were so hurt by this pronouncement, you know. But we were very anxious to kind of make the film at first into more of a conventional war film. So we went through, and it was, you know, it was 2 hours and God knows 45 minutes long or whatever. And so we were trying to cut out, and we even cut out that nice opening where the helicopter lands and Kilgore steps out. We saved a little time there. We saved the stealing of the boards. We cut out you know, we cut out a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah.
And then later on, it sort of, the movie started, the people kept going to see it at the Cinerama Dome, and it started to become, I was pulled from the jaws of death, or I dodged a bullet, as Mario Puzo used to say. And then many years later, we said, well, let's put it all back in, you know, and that's how it comes that there are two versions. But I'm still interested in you inventing this script, and now you're approaching, you said that you read about construction gangs and actual building of the bridge.
Yeah, they were building these bridges and building things. And I had a friend, a very close friend, Fred Rexer, who was in Special Forces and did demolitions with, he'd blow up these French bridges and rebuild them and stuff. And they were out there with these Bechtel Corporation construction gangs and stuff like this in the middle of this war zone. Not unlike what's going on right now in Afghanistan or Iraq. You know, I mean, this is what, I'm sure this happened all the time in World War II also, you know. And so the idea was that this bridge was sort of the last place, and the idea was that they would say this bridge is open, and at night the NVA or the VC would mortar it, and just enough to mortar it, you know, mortar the whole area considerably, or assault the area, try and tear it down so that they could say the bridge was down. And
just every day it was, depending what time it was up or down.
Right, and it would go back and forth, and that this bridge was the last vestige of real civilization.
Yeah. That's the way I thought of it in the movie when I was working on it. I said, once you get past the Long Bridge, everything else is totally surreal.
Yeah, then
you travel through time, you go into the jungle, you know, that's the gate.
And that there was another gate too, which was the tail of the B-52.
Yeah, that was a dramatic image to see.
That once they pass, I remember when I wrote that scene, that the idea, and of course you write stuff that can never be done, but I wrote that they could go under the tail of the B-52 and the river widens, and there's all these beautiful waterfowl kind of circling, and then at the end of where it widens, it goes dark again into this sort of, the trees come over and it's like a hole, and it's going to hell, you know.
But so that was the script, more or less, unless there's anything else you want to add to
Well, the ending, of course, changed many times, and I wrote 10 different drafts of the script. Remember, there was a Steve McQueen draft, and
yeah, Steve McQueen. He sort of wanted to do it, but he was very ill at the time.
Yeah, but I remember I had to go. That was quite a summer. I had separated from my wife, and I lived out at the beach, and I had to go talk to Steve McQueen and hang out with him, and he decided...
That was fun to hang out with him.
It was fun,
yeah.
But he decided he was going to take Spielberg and I and make us into men that summer. And so he took us to biker bars, and he was into full contact karate, which was just ridiculous. He'd get dressed up in these padded suits with this other guy, and they'd practice all these weird oriental moves, and then they just flail around like two little kids and fall on the floor. You know? But the greatest thing was, you know, we'd go eat hot dogs, and Steve McQueen was extremely cheap, and of course Steven's extremely cheap, and so I withdrew to see which one would break first, you know, to pay the bill. I don't remember who did.
They say Cary Grant was very cheap too. He would always leave to go to the bathroom when the bill came. So what I wanted to now transition to is, so here we had this script, Apocalypse Now, which was the best of the 6 or 7 scripts. I think I wrote The Conversation. We had Apocalypse Now. So what happened is I was in a tough spot where suddenly I have all these, I had to pay all this money, I had these 4 or 5 scripts. Most important was Apocalypse Now. And I went to George and I said, George, you can make Apocalypse Now. And he had a plan on how to do it. He was going to make it very, very differently.
Oh yeah, no, we were going to do it. I mean, he loves to tell the story, which is true.
It's true.
That I wanted to go to Vietnam while the war was still going and make the movie in Vietnam, because there had been movies made like that. They made this movie called Medium Cool, in which it was filmed during the riots at the Democratic Convention. But we wanted to actually go to Vietnam. And it was really,
not George.
I mean, but there were other people, you know, who, part of our group, who would never, they would sooner go to Canada than be in the army, or they would sooner do something really rash, like get married or something. But they were perfectly willing to go make a movie in Vietnam. You know, they would, you know, thread their way through the tripwires and snakes and tigers and stuff, and to make a movie. I mean, it was just really interesting how people will do anything to make a movie.
George wanted to make the movie up in Stockton.
Yeah.
In black and white, 16 millimeter, get a couple of helicopters and just basically do it in a kind of pseudo-documentary style.
Yeah, he wanted to copy Battle of Algiers.
Which is not a bad idea.
I mean, it's an interesting idea. I don't think it would have, you know, looking back on it, because we believed in cinema verite then. We believed that would something that was really cool that you'd watch. Now you look at it, you realize you can't, that you can sustain that for about a half hour.
Well, so I went to George and I said, George, we have Apocalypse Now, make it. And at that point, it was Star Wars.
He didn't want to make it. Once he'd started, you know, off on Star Wars, and he started, remember, he was going to do Apocalypse before Star Wars, but once he made
Graffiti.
Yeah, American Graffiti,
and he had the
got
taste
rich.
of success, and he got rich.
He got rich. He didn't want to make Apocalypse Now. He did not want to go where they have many different varieties of poisonous insects. You know, he did not want to go to a place that rained every day and was miserable and there were, you know, tigers.
Right, so I go to you and I say, okay, George is the one to do it. Apocalypse Now, you made Dillinger, you're a terrific director. Why don't you direct it? You wrote it, you created it. And you said, well, I'm going to do The Wind and the Lion, or I'm going to do this incredible other thing. So I said, I don't know, I'm in a real pickle here, because what we really need is we need a movie that is a big hit so we can make a lot of money, so then we can make all these little art films that we want to make. So I said, what if we made Apocalypse Now, if I made it, and instead of doing it the way George wants to do it, as a kind of Battle of Algiers, what if I do it as a kind of IMAX spectacle, you know, color, go make it bigger and as big as I can do it, and go the opposite direction of George, and then make it, you know, so it can be a hit like The Guns of Navarone, or it's one of those big, because you thought a war movie could make a lot, and we'll make a lot of money, and then I can make the, you know, little movies, you know, like I had done The Conversation, because I had gotten to make The Conversation because of the success of The Godfather. So I said, well, I'll do it. I had no real reason to do Apocalypse Now, except I did very much like the script, and I liked Hearts of Darkness, but also I figured this is a chance, which was always the holy grail, make some huge picture that makes a ton of money, and then make little Roger Corman type budget art films. And I want to be a writer. That's my great limitation, is I only want to direct my own scripts. Well, it's like I'm addicted to this writer I got to drag along, you know, and I'm...
Well, I remember the wonderful thing you said, because you were really worn out after Godfather 2. And then when they gave you all the Oscars, you said, oh, you know, at least it was worth it. You said, but I never want to go through anything like that again.
Well, it was Godfather 1 that was the thing that killed me. Godfather 2, which was a big film, was relatively, I was in, you know, I had a lot of power then to really be the producer. I didn't have Bob Evans to drive me nuts, you know, and I could just make it in freedom. But what really struck me was that they give me all these Oscars, and I was sitting on top of the world. I'd made The Godfather Conversation, Godfather 2 in 3 years, and nobody wanted to let me make Apocalypse Now, and no studio would give me money.
But I remember
no
the
actor
wonderful
would go to be inside the film.
The wonderful thing you said, the script's done. I just have to go do this. I just have to go shoot it. It'll be so easy.
What was
I'll just go to Hawaii.
What was I thinking with these helicopters?
Yeah, so we'll get some helicopters
I
and go to
absolutely
Hawaii, you know.
didn't know what I was getting myself into.
Yeah,
I mean, it was ridiculous. In fact, I became an early sort of prophet of the electronic cinema. It was all because I used to say, God, there's got to be a better way to do a movie than sitting here. I'm in the mud. I'm in bankruptcy, or I'm going to be in bankruptcy. This thing is going on for 2 years. There's got to be a better way to make movies. The helicopters, every time in Apocalypse you see a scene where there are helicopters, there were another 6 too high because the pilots were afraid to get low in the shot. So, and at any rate, so I went into making the film with that spirit of just, I'm going to make this big war film, it's going to make a lot of money, and then I'm going to make little art films and be a writer for the rest of my life, which absolutely didn't happen. Well, John, I just want to thank you so much for coming and
what a wonderful opportunity! What a great thing to tell these stories.
I do hope that people now who see this, when they see the movie, know and have heard it right from your mouth where these things and how these things were created.
I love the idea that what you touched on before was that the life of these things, that people should go back and read the original reviews of Apocalypse Now, because there are no good ones.
But there are no good. There are a lot of good reviews of The Godfather.
Really?
Oh yeah. Read the Variety review of The Godfather. It totally trashes it. So people, young filmmakers especially, I want them to get out of it is that, these movies come out and they may be considered failures at first, but the real sign of I think, greatness in a movie is that if people will still look at it in 40 years, and not what won the Oscar that year.
Absolutely. You cannot ever give up. You have to realize that that is the quality that people would say to me, what is the strongest quality in a director? And I said, tenacity. Being able to deal with sleep deprivation. Never quit. Never give up, that you have to be like Geronimo. That you just, you have to be out there with as little, whatever you're reduced to, you keep going. And you look at all these movies that are the great movies that we love now, and we look at them and, every one of them, you can tell a story about. With your great advice to me, when I directed my first movie, you said, there'll be 6 times you'll want to kill yourself. Don't worry about it till the 7th.
So John, I always want to ask you to autograph this for me. This was the script. This was the script, Apocalypse Now, and I had this brilliant idea in those days to print it up like a small Samuel French playbook, because you put it in your pocket. And now, of course, everyone does this, but this was another innovation of Zoetrope. And this is interesting. This is the actual. When I went around to make the movie, I knew the script so well, I never even carried it, but I carried this. And I was constantly, every time I was doing a scene, I was going through this very thing. This was my Bible during the actual making of the movie, and it still has some of the scenes of things. We penetrated deeper and deeper into the heart of darkness. It was very quiet there. At night, sometimes the roll of drums behind the curtain of trees would run up the river and remain sustained faintly, as if hovering in the air high over our heads till the first break of day. Whether it meant war, peace, or prayer, we could not tell. So that I wanted to show you, and this I'm going to beg you to autograph to me.
There.
This is it's $1 million on eBay. You want to eat something?
Yeah, let's go.
We'll get some good. I have healthy stuff. Broccoli.
Wait, I got
Welcome. Welcome to the American Pavilion.
Thank you. Merci. Grazie.
You know, I was trying to think how to introduce you. And because an introduction is necessary, even though everyone knows who you are. And then I looked at the lead of my article about Apocalypse Now Redux. And I realized I'd already written a one-sentence introduction. And it went like this. They were giants who walked the earth in those days.
John Milius would love that. Thank you.
John Milius would, and that's really the way I felt, because this movie is so ambitious, so audacious. The vision is so large. The attempt is so awe-inspiring. And in reading Todd McCarthy's piece today, he mentioned that people wonder when the golden age of the late 60s and early 70s of American auteurism, when it ended, and he feels that maybe it ended after Apocalypse Now, that then we came into this later 20 years of less ambition and more cautious studios and fewer green lights for productions like this. Did you agree with that, or?
Well, I do feel, it ends with Heaven's Gate, because it was Heaven's Gate that caused the industry to clamp down on the directors. They clamped down, I think, because they felt that costs had gone spiraling out of control, that the directors were too arrogant and, perhaps made too much money. And it was ironic because after that period of the coup d'etat of Wall Street, to take over the film business, that costs spiraled way beyond what they had ever been. I mean, think Apocalypse Now cost $32 million. What that is in today's
less than The Mummy Returns.
Right. You could make 4 Apocalypse Now for The Mummy Returns, and indeed they did cut the director down to size, which is the most significant part. But then they elevated the studio executive, where studio executives were suddenly now people earning $40 million a year and of great importance, which is very odd to understand, and they. And then, as a third result, really fewer classics were made, which is to say movies that might be looked at 25 years later. And those that were really the product of a particular filmmaker who really, be it Pulp Fiction or Schindler's List, whichever film you might feel, Goodfellas, that is a classic. They were the result not of a studio development process, but of filmmakers who had the power to do that. So. To me, the golden age ends only when there's no encouragement to make these kinds of films. I have no doubt that that the talent is there if they can get the finance to go ahead and make the film. Film is a medium that requires finance, and if the finance is not there, then you can't attempt. I was lucky in that I was able to just finance it myself, sort of, but. Apocalypse would have been difficult to make even then had I not been able to do that.
Yeah. I want to take you back to 1979 when Apocalypse Now won the Golden Palm here at Cannes. And to a night when Pierre Risciant chartered a rowboat, as I recall, and took 6 or 7 film critics out to your yacht. I think it was a motorboat maybe, but it was a very small craft. And you were very worried. And everything kind of depended on this screening. Isn't that true? Because the movie had been rumored to be in trouble, and you had been shooting in the Philippines for most of a lifetime, and people doubted that you had no idea what you were going to show them. And I remember that night so clearly, but did you come here to Cannes more or less thinking that this is the last roll of the dice and it's got to make it here? And
yeah, no question. I mean, for all the things I was scared, because not only was it a kind of career and artistic judgment about to be made, whether or not the film was as much a mess that people had said it was, and also I had a tremendous financial issue in that this famous winery that was up guaranteeing the
film was not just some summer house. This was our home where our children went to school and where we lived. So I was, to say the least, scared. And I only said, let's show the film at Cannes unfinished as a necessity, because the rumors of how much in trouble it was were so now filling the papers that I felt my only defense was to just show it and hope that people said, oh no, it's not such a mess. And so it was really, in a sense, that Cannes saved Apocalypse Now and me momentarily. I did go in debt right after that with One from the Heart, but that was another chapter.
You kept jumping back and forth into the fire and into the frying pan, as I recall.
Well, I thought that we were pretty sure that Apocalypse was going to wipe us out, so I thought, well, maybe I'll make a kind of happy little, movie that will earn money and then we can be saved. And then, of course, One from the Heart took its own journey, and I had a lot of theories as to what I was doing, and what was supposed to be the medicine was all, Apocalypse did fine and was very successful in its original form, and then it was One from the Heart that really put me away. So
there were, I remember when you came here, you referred to the movie as a work in progress, and some of the press, especially the French press, were offended by that, and some people felt, remember you shared the Golden Palm with The Tin Drum, and a movie that, in my opinion, has not held up quite so well. There's no real demand today to bring that back to the Palais, but in any event, some people felt it cost you 100% of the Palme d'Or because you called it a work in progress, and also, as I recall, rather rashly referred to the showing here as the out-of-town tryout.
Well, I come from theater, and in theater, the out-of-town tryout is kind of a wonderful part of filmmaking. We had never shown the film really to an audience. It wasn't finished. It was just a kind of act of daring do to show it. And, I had an older brother with a great literary tradition, and to me, work in progress was a phrase that James Joyce always used in regard to Finnegan's Wake. So I was like taking a very lofty literary phrase and using it. And it was true, the film wasn't finished. And, obviously the good reception at Cannes and the honor of sharing the prize with Volker Schlöndorff greatly helped us, and we were able to finish it pretty much in that version. But it is sort of a funny fairy tale to think that I brought it here as a work in progress, and then I finished it 22 years later and brought it back. It's kind of amusing.
If you had been able to do everything you wanted to do with the film before Cannes 1979, would it have looked substantially as it did yesterday in the Palais?
Well, the big factor, as you know, is that when you make agreements with distributors who give you financing backing to make a film, more or less they want you to make it the length that is good for their territory. So we had agreed it would be in the area of 2 hours. And today they put that in the contract that if you don't make the time that they specify, they can take the film and cut it to 2 hours for their territory. So there really was no option to consider this version then, this being 3 hours and 20 minutes. Had someone said, Francis, I always dreamed that it would be like that people would say, Francis, what movie do you want to make? Make any movie you want to make. But, they don't say that to anyone. I mean, none of my colleagues, including the wonderful Martin Scorsese, do they come and say, Marty, make any film you want. We're always there with hat in hand trying to say, oh, can we make a film? And they always want us to make a movie that's like Taxi Driver or like The Godfather or something that they know is tried and true. So there was no option then. If there had been, this would have been the version.
But as it was, the final version that we saw then in August of 1979 was more or less the final version that was going to be, given the realities of distribution.
Right, definitely.
So this is essentially a print made possible by home video.
Yeah, very significant. The DVD has been such a friend to the filmmakers, not only to the filmmaker but the film audience as well, to give something that you can have of that quality of sound and picture, and on the new possible formats for home, even on a big screen. And it was only because of the DVD that we undertook this, because we never expected that it would get a release in theaters. Only recently did Miramax and Canal Plus and Pathé agree to put it in theaters. So when Walter and I were working on this, we thought it would end up as a DVD, and we're thrilled to be given the chance that the DVD made possible.
Before I talk about this version in a little more detail or ask you about it, I want to just maybe see if we can settle one thing that has been kind of dogging this film for a long time. When you were here in '79, you said something about, and what you said has always been in contention, you were not sure about the ending, or you didn't know if it worked, or you didn't know if you had the right ending. And then you showed one version in the old Palais and another version on the Rue d'Antibes with different endings. And then I remember I was out at your house in August of that year, and you said, I should have never mentioned anything about the ending because I was talking about very minor things. And of course, all the critics who went to see the movie spent the last hour saying, has the ending started yet? Is this what he's talking about? Does it mean everything with Brando, or does it mean... And your position was the movie was substantially exactly the way you wanted it, and it was a very minor thing that got blown completely out of proportion. Maybe you could explain that, because I think there are still people who don't understand that.
Yeah. It really never had more than one ending, and if to the extent that I said about that, it might have been the level of whether we cut it off a little earlier or let it gone on a little longer. I'm not even sure. The real issue of the ending, though, I believe, is this, that the movie, you know, the Kurtz, the Angkor Wat temple that we built there in the Philippines, we really built that. And it was not safe. It wasn't built to be there permanently. So we were required by the state to remove it. And we thought, well, let's blow it up since we have to remove it, and we'll get a lot of cameras and we'll shoot it. We'll shoot it with infrared film. We'll shoot it, you know, high speed and every way, and we'll get beautiful footage, and maybe we can use it in the movie. When the film came out, as it was last night, the exact correct version, there are no credits. It's in a program. But when the film, even now, is going to be shown in many theaters, they can't afford to give every theater a program, so they'll put the credits on the end. That happened in this occasion, and when we put the credits on the end, we thought, well, why don't we use that beautiful footage of the temple blowing up? It'll be very decorative and nice, you know. And however, because there was in the story the idea of an airstrike, everyone felt that the ending with the temple blowing up meant he called in the bombs and blew it up and probably killed all those people, which was something I didn't want. So I said, oh my God, that was a terrible mistake. No one takes it as a decorative graphic, they take it as another ending. So we removed it and put it on black and put the words. Well, because of that, to this day, the notion of these two endings persists, and then that's why we removed that. And on the DVD, you can see those explosions with some beautiful music, and in fact, my voice telling the story of the two endings. So to set the record straight, there really was only one ending. Partly it was because at the end of the story, when Willard sort of goes through this enormous ritual sacrifice of Kurtz and sort of becomes the new leader, I had him throw away the weapon, and if you notice, they all throw away their weapons, and it was my hopeful way of saying that it could end not with a bang, but with a gesture of peace and a hope that we will you know, not always have war through hundreds of years into the future. So the ending of the explosion was something that went against that more pacifist desire, and that's why I wished it wouldn't be.
And you, by just being sincere and open and honest, you let this genie out of the bottle that distracted, I think, a lot of viewers and critics because they didn't know what you meant by it.
It's hard to know what will stick, though. You know, certain ideas
just get,
It's like a meme that just will not go away.
Yeah, there's this idea, I guess it's in the notes, that we were looking for a place to put the French plantation, which I don't recall because the French sequence happens after Larry Fishburne is killed and they bury him, so it's the only place it could be. But many people have said, oh, is it true that you were going to put it earlier or after? So,
well, let's talk about the additional footage. Could you enumerate, although we all kind of know what's new, but if you could just kind of talk about it in terms of what it is and why it was sort of left out.
Well, the main
time is why it was left out, but anyway.
Yeah, time was the big reason, but also the idea that we thought to be successful, which is to not be designated a flop and to earn our money back, that it had to qualify as a war action adventure film. And so we also thought that perhaps some of the things we took out were bizarre or sort of left turns. They fall into 4 categories: the French plantation, the Marlon Brando reading the Time magazine, the the Playmates, the young girls, and in that rainy medevac, and I guess those are the big ones. And then there were many sections that were just lifted to make the film move faster, which is so stupid that we did it. But the consequence of the napalm of the surfing, the idea that in order to let these boys surf, he orders the napalm to be dropped, which ruins the wind so they can't surf, which is sort of a comment on so many of the things that even were done in Vietnam. So the French sequence I always loved because it gave a historical perspective, and also it supported the idea that when they leave the bridge, they leave civilization behind and they're going back in time. At first they go into the 50s where the ghosts of Indochina War are still there, and then when they leave that, they go into prehistoric time, which is where Kurtz is. So I very much liked the French plantation, but because of the way we worked with the French actors, I like to rehearse, and I always ask the actors to suggest, and so they brought up many political issues of the real things that were argued about in those days that they heard in their family. And so I kept writing the script using their suggestions, and the script got longer and longer, and the French sequence became quite a long sequence. And I said, well, maybe we can make it shorter. But every time we made it shorter, it seemed to lose its point. And so it didn't work, and then ultimately we cut it out. So Walter Murch, who hadn't worked on that part of the film when he was the original editor, because we had more than one editor, he said, I'd like to just cut that scene as though I'm just getting the film from the director. And he cut it in its full sense, and it seemed to be a very interesting historical perspective and show how so much of the French experience had 15 years before, they had students marching in the streets and protests just as America had, and America hadn't learned from such a clear example. Plus it had the added notion of colonialism that really the French were fighting in Indochina because, their grandfathers had settled these plantations, and it was really, they thought of themselves of living there. It wasn't just fighting for some empty political chess game that the leaders had done. So it seemed like the French sequence had the value of that perspective. And also, the sequence with Aurore Clément, where she, her husband, she had been widowed, and no doubt she smoked this opium pipe with her husband. She sort of reinvigorated him or brought him back to life after the incredible horrible experiences, that she does that to Willard, and it gives, in a sense, Willard and the audience a chance to rest and be soothed before they go into the most bizarre sequence, which is the Kurtz sequence. So the French sequence seemed to be valuable, but in the early cut, when it was short, it was just another episode to get through before yet another demanding one, and so we eliminated it to, in film we have the theory, we have many theories, some of them contradict, but one theory is that whatever you remove from the film makes what's left better. And often that's the case. But I always tell my kids that when you cut out anything you want, throw it on the floor, and just try to cut to the point, because it will, on the floor, it will say, put me back in, and the ones that nag you the most, you put back in.
At the time, we were so filled with stories about the production. All the lore about Brando, for example. Now, seeing it again after 22 years, all that's forgotten. It's all water under the bridge. Brando's performance seems so strong to me, and so just on the right note and just handled right by you, and all of the gossip about, how much he weighed, or, every time Brando does anything, there are a million stories from the set, had all just faded away, leaving this pure and great performance. How did you feel seeing it again? Because you had to work with Brando and deal with him and so forth.
Well, he's an extraordinary man, and beyond as the roles of films that we know, just what he talks about and the way his mind thinks. And it's true, I could tell you so many stories, I don't want to overstay my welcome, but the truth of the matter is Marlon is like a kid, and he's very lazy. And he doesn't like to work, and he also gets embarrassed, and he gets stage fright. So when he arrived, he was very big, and I immediately, in film you always have problems, and part of your job as a director is to see how you can make the problem be an advantage. So I immediately suggested, well, Marlon, why don't you play it as this big fat guy and have one arm around a beautiful girl and another with a mango that you're eating, and show him as a man who has surrendered to the jungle and to the lusts of life. But Marlon is very shy about his weight. He says, no. He says, I can't do that. I don't want to be like fat and stuff. I said, okay. Well, I couldn't have him be, as it was written, a kind of Green Beret colonel in uniform, because, where would he have gotten the uniform that could fit him, So the idea I had in movies, very often you're looking at the actor from the waist up. And in a movie, if you're broad, if you have big shoulders, even like Roger, if you're broad, that in your mind, you assume him to be a big man, a giant, not necessarily heavy. So I thought if I shot him in that attitude, and then when I showed him full, had a double who was like 6'6", it would make Kurtz be like a giant man rather than like me, So that was the philosophy I took as a solution. The second issue was that Marlon, I wanted it to be like the character Kurtz in the book, and Marlon immediately said that would never work. So when an actor has a problem with the script, you talk about it. So every morning I would go into this houseboat that they had for Marlon, like a trailer, and I would talk about, since that the Kurtz idea from the book wouldn't work, that perhaps this would work or that work. And Marlon talked, and they'd knock on the door and said, okay, everyone, what should we do? It's time for lunch. Is it go to lunch? And then we talk and all through the night. Even they say, knock, knock, it's time to go home. And we did that for 5 days. And I realized suddenly, Marlon only had a deal for 3 weeks. And what he was doing is he was getting out of working. And he was conning me, and that at the end of the 3 weeks, he was just going to leave. So finally I started getting, well, why won't it work? And, blah, blah, blah. One day, the 5th day, I come in and I'm astonished. There he is, and he's cut off all his hair, which is the image of Kurtz from the book. And I said, Marlon, what happened? They says, you're going to do it like Kurtz. He said, yeah. I think doing it like Kurtz is the best way. I said, but you told me that wouldn't work. You said you read the book and it would never work. He says, well, I didn't read the book. I said, but you told me you did. He said, well, I lied. So that's like what it is to work with Marlon, but his instincts are so great that, and many of our talks led to opinions and ideas that I would write down, and just as I did with the French people, I would prepare like the basis, really sort of from some of his monologues, and that was the basis of really those scenes he had. And Vittorio finally said, Francis, look, let's just get him up there in the dark and we'll do something with the light. And Marlon immediately got it, and he used the light in his first scene as like a prop. You know, he kind of poked his head out a little, you saw a little, then he poked it in, and then he put the water, and so there's sort of a method to his madness, and I would have to say, for all of his shenanigans and stuff, that it was what he brought to it that led to the way he did that performance. And in his instinct, he knew that it had to be dished out in little razor slices, and that it had to be done with great mystery. And so I do think he did a wonderful performance, and that the ending, which, as you know, which was considered sort of like very obscure, that was the right ending for Kurtz, and the sentiments that he gave about the horrible story of the children with the polio arms, and
that story is the fulcrum of the entire movie.
Yeah, I mean,
showing that their will is greater.
Right, and
he says it was brilliant. It's genius.
It was. That's all from Marlon. I mean,
Yeah.
we work as the way you do with actors, where you
even the story about the inoculations is from him.
No, that was one of the things that in those 4 days, you know, in a funny way, Marlon was stalling, but he didn't know how to do it in truth, and through those talks, in a way, he came to know how to it. So that's the artistic process, really. And he evolved what he needed in order to do that performance. And he's
it's
to be
just
commended.
right, because when you get to this legendary character in the heart of darkness, you really don't want to just have him standing there like a person who exists as in the same dimension as the other people in the film. He has to emerge out of some other kind of idea, I think.
Well, he also knew, Marlon even said to me that he says, you've painted yourself into a corner, haven't you? And what he meant was that as I made the film going up the river, I was making it more surreal, you know, with the colored smoke and the style it had. And by making it more surreal, a normal Guns of Navarone ending wouldn't have worked anymore. So I had painted myself into a corner, and I didn't know how to get out. And he knew that I had done that, and I think, you know, he likes to kid around and stuff, or he's a big practical joker, but I think that early process of trying to find the ending was his working really at it.
You mentioned at the press conference that your wife's book on the experience was not precisely or exactly the final word. I'm sure you would probably think that Hearts of Darkness also was not the final word, but it is a great documentary about your experience.
Without a doubt.
What one gathers from all of the documentation on this project, whether it's all accurate or not, and whatever point of view it comes from, is that it was about as hard a shoot as human beings ever went through, and that it damn near killed you and everyone else, and by the end you were in despair. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, I was in despair. I was very scared. You know, it was also your average run-of-the-mill midlife crisis.
You're only in your midlife now.
Yeah. you know, another factor was I had never smoked in my life, but because I was on the boat, the Italians were smoking. I started to smoke, you know, tobacco cigarettes, and I found that was the most addictive kind of thing I had ever experienced, and I think that really had me, you know, when you're what was I, 30-something years old, never smoked a cigarette in my life, and started to smoke Camel cigarettes. That had a factor, but just like Marlon, in going through a process that you don't know the answers, that's work also, and I think I was doing the same thing. I only say that about my wife's book because she wasn't there all the time. She was there half the time, so that's like half the story. You know, my feeling is it wasn't quite just that I wasn't some out of control person. I'm not an out of control person. I consider myself a pretty logical person, and there was method to my madness in everything I was doing. And it's always so easy when someone sees part of it to say, oh my God, what's going on? But if you should see the other part, then you see what's going on.
Another performance that seemed much more correct, or just seemed just right to me now, was Dennis Hopper's. And at the time we saw the movie originally, I think there were all kinds of echoes of Easy Rider. And it was almost like his drugged out photographer was, you know, the guy from Easy Rider making a guest appearance in this movie. Now, everything is faded into the past enough that it can be seen as an original character, and it seems like just right. You need somebody to explain things, and you don't need Walter Cronkite there to explain it. You need somebody like this who has, you know, found his own madness in Kurtz's jungle.
Well, you know, interestingly enough, he was hired, Dennis Hopper. Remember there's a character named Colby who was supposedly a Green Beret officer sent up before Willard, and then Scott Glenn, plays that part, Colby. That was the part Dennis was hired to play. But when he got there, I saw Dennis, and you know, I didn't have the script with me when I made the film. I just had this paperback copy of Heart of Darkness, thinking that whenever I was in a scene or situation, I would double check Heart of Darkness to see what wisdom Joseph Conrad would give me, you know? And in Heart of Darkness is a wonderful character, if you remember, the Russian, who is this character very much like the role Dennis Hopper plays. And so I decided not to have Dennis play Colby, but we literally put that Montagnard jacket and put the cameras, because I had heard of, I think it was Errol Flynn's son was a photojournalist in Vietnam and was supposed to be an extraordinary character. And we sort of fashioned the Dennis Hopper character out of nothing, right, out of Dennis and out of the Heart of Darkness. So that character hadn't been in the script and pretty much was, you know, when I say improvised, what you do is the actors take a shot at what they're doing, and then at night I would go home and try to organize it into a scene and bring it back and, you know, slightly more defined. And so that character was done that way.
I have one more question, and then I'm sure everybody else does too. I reckon that the attack on the village with the helicopters and the Wagner and so forth, it's just simply one of the best movie scenes ever made. I mean, it just comes together as just stunning. You sit there in awe. On paper, did it look that way? I mean, you must agree with me that that scene really, it does it. It does whatever a scene can do.
Well,
that scene does it.
It seems astonishing to me that I thought at that time that, oh, well, that's no problem. We'll just do that, you know. Now that I look at it, I say, my God, how did we attempt it, you know, because obviously we had to build the entire village, and then we had to destroy it with these helicopters and photograph it all with people. So it seems to me a feeling I have about the difference between being young and old, or the young filmmaker and the old filmmaker. The young filmmaker is very insecure, you know that. Very insecure, very unsure of himself, doesn't think that he really has the goods. The old filmmaker is very insecure. The young filmmaker is stupid, which is to say, doesn't realize that how difficult some of the things that he's going to attempt is. And the old filmmaker is experienced. And to be stupid is a great advantage, because that sequence could not have been done by someone who wasn't stupid, you know, who wasn't, you know what I mean, doing something that wasn't really practically, you would have knocked that down and made that simpler. And in answer to your question, that was John Milius's scene in the original script. It was a dazzling scene, even in the script. He based it on true information that they would play music, they call it psyops, psychological operations, to kind of unsettle the people and make them fear what was about to happen. And it was a dazzling scene in the script. But of course, when you direct a scene, you go in and you make many, many vignettes that you invent, which are not in the script, like, you know, the fact that there's a Vietnamese school and the children hear the music and run away, or that there's a helicopter evacuation that a sapper blows up. In other words, what I do is I go in with little index cards, sort of like with The Godfather. You have a wedding, and you're going to introduce the characters, but then you make a lot of specific vignettes. Oh, there's a little girl is going to be dancing on the feet of the uncle, or And so you have these index cards, and then you all meet and you say, okay, well, let's do the index card 3, you know, and then you stage, and then when you put it all together, you have the points of different interest that makes up the thing. So that's how you do it.
One more question. I remember talking to Carl Malden about On the Waterfront, and he said there was a scene in there that was the hardest scene he'd ever been asked to do as an actor, and it didn't even involve dialogue. If you remember, he's in the hold of the ship and somebody throws a beer can at him and hits him on the head with it. He said the hardest thing he ever had to do as an actor was to act as if he didn't know he was about to be hit with a beer can. Now, Duvall has to act as if he doesn't know that bombs are going to be going off right behind him and all around him. I mean, because he's totally oblivious. In other words, he's impervious. Nothing can hurt him.
Right.
But as an actor, I mean, the character, that's fine for the character to be impervious. But for the actor to be able to keep that tone exactly even when you're blowing up explosives 15 feet away from him must have been kind of difficult.
Well, actors love to work that way, which is to say, from the script, there was the idea that that kind of guy probably will die in bed as an old man, that he's not going to get hurt. So we discussed, and as a decision, we said, look, there's going to be lots of bombs and explosions going off. You play it like you don't even notice it, and then everyone else will be, you know, cowering. And, you know, one thing, of course, they were going off, and as a deliberate decision, he was not paying attention. But don't forget, in the movie, a lot of the real sound is put in later, so some of those explosive sounds maybe weren't as loud. But it,
the flames.
No, but it showed the discipline that he had as an actor. You know, that was his intention, and he did it. I'll say one little quick anecdote, if I may. We were in big trouble on the movie right from the beginning. You know, some of the history. Another actor was chosen, and very good actor, and I made the decision that it wasn't the right casting, and we changed that. I was really in the deepest worry that I could be. And the day that I had the first hope was the scene where we had 3 or 4 cameras going, and the idea was that these 3-4 jets were going to fly over and drop these canisters, and then a mile of napalm was going to go off, and they were going to play a scene, and this was all going to happen once with 3 cameras, you know, moving on dollies and stuff. So we attempted this, and we only had the ability to do it twice because that napalm drop that was a mile of flame took the way it was done. I won't bore you with it, but we only had the chance to do that twice. So when we were ready to do that, you know, they had to send the jets from some other Air Force base, and they had a time, and they had to drop it, and the actors had to all be ready, and the bombs had to go off and not kill anyone, and they had to play a scene. And so we did it, and I watched, and it all happened, and the flame went off, and I realized that we didn't have to do it a second time, that the one time sort of had worked, and that was the moment in my heart when I said, I'm going to get through this. Just, you know, how like the first time I had the feeling it would be okay. Thank you.
For 17 weeks past, Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the Air have brought you Mr. Welles' own dramatizations of literary classics, both of the past and from our own time. On all broadcasts but one, the presentation has been a single narrative. On one occasion, the Mercury Players offered in dramatic form 3 of the world's great short stories. The success of that experiment led to nationwide requests for other brief narratives of contrasting emotional appeal. And so tonight, in their 18th broadcast, Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the Air bring to life 2 famous short stories, each dealing with a different fundamental human emotion. The authors are Joseph Conrad and Clarence Day. Tonight, Mr. Welles will not only appear in several parts, but will also speak for the 2 authors as narrator. And here, ladies and gentlemen, is the star and director of the Mercury Theatre to tell you about the first presentation, Mr. Orson Welles.
Good evening. There was a man called Karshanovsky, an agitator for Polish freedom in the 50s, who was exiled by the Tsar. On the journey, his child was taken ill, and when he begged an official to let him stop on his way to nurse it, the official said, "Not to bother. What's one baby's life among all these thousands," said the official. "If it's dying, leave it behind." Luckily, this expedient was found unnecessary, and the happy ending of the story is that little Joseph Conrad Koshinovsky lived to drop his last name and to learn that careful, fortunate English which he practiced to the everlasting glory of our literature. Tonight we present you with a dramatization of one of the best regarded and most typical of the works of Joseph Conrad. The Heart of Darkness could be described as a deliberate masterpiece, or a downright incantation. A fine piece of prose work at the least. Its best aspects are an artful compound of sympathy for humankind and a high tragical disgust. Its successful contrivance of mood hides its craft as an octopus hides in its own ink. And almost we are persuaded that there is something, after all, something essential, waiting for all of us in the dark alleys of the world, aboriginally loathsome, immeasurable, and certainly nameless. The yawl swung to her anchor without a flutter of the sails. It was at rest. The flood had made, the wind was nearly calm, and being bound down the river, the only thing to do was to come and wait for the turn of the tide. The sea reach of the Thames stretched before us like the beginning of an interminable waterway. In the offing, sea and sky were welded together without a joint. The air was dark above Gravesend, and farther back still it seemed condensed into a mournful doom, brooding motionless over the biggest and greatest town on earth. Then in the darkness, my friend Marlowe spoke.
This also has been one of the dark places on the earth.
His remark didn't seem at all surprising. Marlowe was a sailor. It was just like him.
I was thinking of very old times when the Romans first came here. 1900 years ago, some decent young citizen in a toga, perhaps too much dice, you know, coming out here to mend his fortunes. Land in the swamp, march through the woods, and in some inland post feel the savagery, the utter savagery that closed around him. Growing regret, the longing to escape, the powerless disgust, the surrender, the hate. I don't know if I ever told you, I was in such a place once. There I met a man just like that. It was a long time ago. I had a job with a concern at the time, a trading society in Western Africa. One of their captains had been killed in a scuffle with the natives. They needed a man to replace him on one of the river boats, and they weren't particular whom they took. I left in a German steamer, and she called at every port on the way. It was 30 days before I saw the mouth of the big river. The coast was the edge of a colossal jungle, so dark green as to be almost black. The sun was fierce. The land seemed to glisten and drip with steam. Here and there, grayish-white specks showed up, clustered inside the white surf with a tin shed and a flagpole. And all around, the jungle.
You know, it's funny, Mr. Barlow, where some people will live for a few francs a month.
Well, looks like a dreary country, Captain. No mistake.
I wonder what becomes of those fellows when they go up country.
I expect to see that soon.
Sure? Don't be too sure. Last year I took up a man who hanged himself on the road. He was a Swede.
Hanged himself? Why?
Who knows? Sun was too much for him, or the country, perhaps. There's your company station. I'll send your things up. 4 boxes, you said so. Very well. Good luck to you.
Goodbye, Captain. As I climbed up the steep hill to the company station, I met a white man in such an unexpected elegance of get-up. In the first moment, I took him for a sort of vision. I saw a high-starched collar, white cuffs, a light alpaca jacket, snowy trousers, a clear necktie, and varnished boots. No hat. Hair parted, brushed and oiled under a green-lined parasol.
You are Mr. Mallow?
Yes.
I am the company's accountant. Step into my office.
What's that?
You don't disturb yourself. An agent from up country, fever.
Will you just leave him there?
There is no place else to put him until he's, well, as long as he's alive. It's a nuisance all around. His groans distract my attention. And it's difficult enough to guard against clerical errors in this country.
Yes, I suppose so.
So you're going into the ivory country, Mr. Mallow? Interesting.
I've gathered that impression already.
For my part, I like books better. Entries and all that. And by the way, you'll meet Mr. Kurtz up there, you know.
Who is Mr. Kurtz?
Mr. Kurtz is the agent at the farthest station inn. He sends down more ivory than all the others put together.
That must make him a valuable man to the company.
Indeed, he'll go far, very far. Over the heads of many of us that... Well, I won't go into detail. When you see Mr. Kurtz, please tell him that everything is very satisfactory. I'd write him, but you can't tell who might get hold of a letter at the central station. Oh, I forgot the sick man. I don't know, it's all right, he doesn't hear.
You mean?
Oh, no, not yet. Yes, this Mr. Kurtz. He's a very remarkable person.
Next day, I started for the central station, 200 miles inland. Paths. Paths everywhere, spreading over the empty land, through the long grass, through thickets, down and up chilly ravines, up and down stony hills ablaze with heat and solitude. Great silence around and above. On the 15th day, I came in sight of the big river again. Hobbled into the central station. It was on a black water surrounded by scrub and forest, with a pretty border of smelly mud on one side, and the 3 others enclosed by a crazy fence of rushes. White men with long sticks in their hands appeared languidly from amongst the buildings. They made no effort to welcome me. In fact, paid no particular attention to my arrival except for a casual glance. I walked up to the largest hut in the enclosure. How do you do? My name is Marlowe. Captain Marlowe of the riverboat.
Oh, yes. You've been a long time coming, Marlowe. Your boat is wrecked, Captain.
What did you say, sir?
Wrecked. Her bottom was torn out on stones, and she sank near the south bank. But everyone behaved splendidly. You will have to fish her out. It will be some time before you will be able to make the trip up the river. For some months, in fact.
Why, that's unbelievable.
You'll believe it when you see her. I want you to have a look at her and let me know how soon she'll be ready.
Who are you, sir?
I'm the manager here, the company's manager. The situation here is grave, very grave. I don't yet know who is dead and who is alive. And with the boat laid up, we don't know how things stand. But there are rumors, grave rumors, that a very important station is in jeopardy. And Mr. Kurtz, our manager, is ill.
Kurtz? I think I heard his name down on the coast.
Ah, so they talk of Mr. Kurtz down there, do they?
They do? He must be a very unusual man.
Quite so. A very unusual man. Very successful, too. You can understand my anxiety. You should be ready to start in 3 months. Yes, 3 months. That ought to do the affair.
Went down and looked at my battered, twisted tin pot steamboat. She rang under my feet like an empty biscuit tin kicked along the gutter. I didn't realize at the moment how accurately the manager had estimated the time required for the affair, as he called it. Weeks of waiting. Weeks of waiting for a box full of rivets to come up from the coast. And in those weeks, I saw the station full of white men with long sticks in their hands, strolling aimlessly about like a lot of faithless pilgrims bewitched inside a rotten fence. The word ivory rang in the air, with whispers and with sighs. You'd think they were praying to the great god Ivory. I've never seen anything so unreal in my life. One evening, I happened to be in the hut of the assistant manager. I noticed on his table a small sketch in oils representing a woman draped and blindfolded carrying a lighted torch. Tell me, did you paint this?
Oh, no, that was painted by Mr. Kurtz in the station more than a year ago. Mr. Kurtz painted it while waiting for means to go to his trading post.
Oh, Mr. Kurtz, eh?
Mr. Kurtz is the chief of the inner station. Oh, he's a prodigy. He sends down more ivory than any of our other agents. Besides that, he's an emissary of pity and science and progress. And so he comes here, a special being. So today, Mr. Kurtz is the chief of the best station. Next year, he will be assistant manager. 2 years more and... but I dare say you know what he will be in 2 years' time. You're one of the new gang, Captain. Oh, I know what I'm talking about. I have my own eyes to trust.
You read the company's confidential correspondence.
What do you mean?
When Mr. Kurtz is general manager, you won't have the opportunity. Well, the rivets arrived just in time to make good the manager's prediction. In 3 months, almost to a day, I set out to the interior to relieve Mr. Kurtz at the inner station. Heavy, sluggish. There was no joy in the brilliance of the sunshine. As we steamed deeper into the jungle, the roll of drums behind the cordon of trees kept a distant, constant tremor. Guessing at the channel, watching for sunken stones that would have ripped the life out of the tin pot steamboat and drowned us all. Still the drums beat on behind us, ahead of us, on all sides of us. steamer toiled along slowly on the edge of a black and incomprehensible frenzy. The prehistoric man, cursing us, praying to us, welcoming us. Who could tell? Not far below the inner station, we came upon a hut of reeds, an inclined and melancholy pole with the unrecognizable tatters of what had been a flag of some sort flying from it. The manager and I, who went ashore, found a flat piece of board with some faded pencil writing on it. It read, "Hurry up to inner station. Approach cautiously." There was a signature, but it was illegible. Not foot.
What do you make of this, Captain?
Someone trying to be mysterious.
Approach cautiously. Approach what?
We better put on the right side out. We're only 8 miles from Kurtz now, aren't we?
8 miles of dangerous river. Sunset is low. After this warning, I prefer to approach the station by daylight.
But Kurtz may need us. He may be in trouble.
I hope not. It wouldn't sit well with the company if something happened to Mr. Kurtz before we reach.
Is your only concern what the company thinks?
Just what do you mean?
How about Kurtz? Don't you want Kurtz to come back?
Why, Captain Marlowe, what an extraordinary notion. Of course, we want Mr. Kurtz to come back. Such a remarkable man.
When the sun rose next morning, there was a white fog, very warm and clammy and more blinding than the night. It stood all around us like something solid. At 8 or 9, perhaps, it began to lift as a shutter lifts. We had a glimpse of the growing multitude of trees, of the immense matted jungle with the blazing little ball of the sun hanging over it. At last, the opaque water, still and treacherous, was dimly visible from the wheelhouse where I stood beside my pilot. The company men, their alpaca suits whiter than the fog, stood on the deck below me.
Undercover, everybody. Anchor they all. All around us.
Oh, Captain. Yes?
Can't you get us on the way?
It's the natives of the rocks. Take your choice.
Try the river, Captain. They'll force us if we stay on shore.
High below. Even the chain. Steam ahead. Watch those eddies, pilot.
Watch, Captain.
Half steam below.
Look up there! Arrows!
Arrows! Close the shutters on your side, pilot.
Smoke. Can't hear her.
Keep it straight, pilot. Stay below. Stop firing. Wait. Here's something that'll do more than your confounded guns.
Are you up there, Captain?
All right. Well, thanks to your target practice.
Well, we beat them off.
You beat them off. The steam whistle beat them off. The gun smoke nearly wrecked us.
Captain Marlowe, you behaved admirably. Everyone behaved admirably. A credit to the company.
Well, I'm afraid they got one of the crew.
Yes, here he is on the deck. Poor devil. He's got an arrow sticking through his chest. Give me a hand with his arrow. Steady there. It's got a steel tip. Strange. There's no steel in the Belgian Congo. I wonder if by any chance Mr. Kurtz.
To reach Kurtz was becoming an obsession with me. The current was more rapid now. The steamer seemed at her last gasp. third wheel flopped languidly, and I caught myself listening always for the next beat of the engine. I expected the wretched thing to give up every moment. It was like watching the last flickers of a light. At last we drew into sight of a dreary shore, and there was a clearing that rose to a slight knoll overlooking the river. The inner station was a long, tumble-down building perched on a hill, half buried in the high grass, with the thick, meshed jungle hanging over its rotted roof. I stopped the engines. The boat drifted slowly to the slimy bank. We let out the anchor chain to the stump of a tree. As soon as the gangplank was lowered, the company's manager and his 3 satellites set out with their brisk efficiency toward the silent house of Kurtz. After a moment, I became aware of a strange, ragged figure on the wharf. Hello down there.
Captain?
Come up here to the pilot house.
Captain, I'm glad you've come.
Did we come in time? How is Mr. Kurtz?
Mr. Kurtz, sir. Still Mr. Kurtz.
We were just attacked by natives on the river.
Oh, yes. They are simple people. They meant no harm. It was one of Mr. Kurtz's little jokes. Now, allow me to introduce myself. Sekasov, Russian. Son of an archpriest, government of Temple. A great pleasure to talk with a white man, Captain.
Don't you talk with Mr. Kurtz?
Well, you don't talk with that man. You listen to him. Mr. Kurtz, Captain, has enlarged my mind. We've talked of everything. Everything. He made me see things.
And ever since, you've been with him, of course.
On the contrary. Very often I had to wait for days before he would turn up. It was worth waiting for, though. Sometimes.
What was he doing? Exploring, or what?
Oh, yes, of course. He's discovered many villages, a lake, too. And not sure exactly in what direction. Dangerous to inquire too much. Most of these expeditions were for ivory.
He had no goods to trade with by that time, did he?
There's a lot of good cartridges left, even yet.
You mean he raided the country?
Not alone.
Kurtz got the tribes to follow him, did he?
Oh, they adore him. They think him a god. They worship him with ivory. What can you expect? He came to them with thunder and lightning, you know. They've never seen guns before. He could be very terrible. You can't judge Mr. Kurtz as you would ordinary man. Now, just to give you an idea, I don't mind telling you he wanted to shoot me, too, one day. But I don't judge him.
Shoot you? What for?
Well, I had a small lot of ivory, and he wanted it, and wouldn't hear reason. He said he'd shoot me unless I gave him the ivory and paid out. I gave him the ivory. Of course, I did. But I didn't pay it out. I couldn't leave him. I offered to go back with him, and he would say yes, and then he would disappear on another ivory hunt. Forget himself among these people. Forget himself. You know.
Why? The man's mad.
We don't say such things here.
I followed the frightened glance of the Russian to the house above the shore. I saw that the round knobs that stood on stakes by Kurtz's door were not ornamental, but were symbolic. Food for thought, and also for vultures. They would have been even more impressive, those heads on the stakes, if their faces had not been turned to the house. Suddenly, round the corner of the house, a group of natives appeared, as though they had come up from the ground. They waded waist-deep in the grass in a compact body bearing an improvised stretcher in their midst. Now, at last, I was to see Kurtz. Behind the stretcher, 2 of the agents carried his arms. 2 shotguns, a heavy rifle, and a light revolver carbine. The thunderbolts of that pitiful Jupiter. By now I knew what I watched was not merely the departure of Mr. Kurtz from the inner station, but the last jungle rites of one who had become its supreme being. dark warmth of the wilderness breathed out an immense horde of naked men. A black circle that writhed and stamped around the small white center of frightened Europeans. In the rear of this strange procession came a moving chain of black bodies, carrying on their shoulders a gleaming white ivory. The stretcher was carried up the gangplank. From the pilot's deck, I looked down on the long, gaunt figure of Kurtz, the hollow cage of his ribs, the bald skeleton head like an ivory ball.
Put him down there. Get the cabin ready. Open the door. Careful with him. Careful.
A moment later, the manager came up to the pilot's bridge.
Oh, Captain Marlowe.
Yes?
I think we should steam up as soon as the ivory's loaded. No telling about these natives.
Mr. Kurtz.
Mr. Kurtz. He's a very sick man. We've done all we could for him, though, haven't we? But there's no disguising the fact that Mr. Kurtz has been more harm than good to the company. There's a remarkable quantity of ivory, but his methods have been unsound.
You call it unsound methods?
Without doubt, don't you?
No methods at all. But he got the ivory. I consider Mr. Kurtz a remarkable man.
He was. A most remarkable man.
So we swung downstream, and thousands of eyes from the jungle followed the splashing river demon, beating the water with its terrible tail and breathing black smoke into the air. Through the dense forest, the brown current ran swiftly out of the heart of darkness, bearing us down towards the sea with twice the speed of our progress upstream. And Kurtz's life was running swiftly, too, ebbing out of his heart into the sea of inexorable time. Evenings, when the boat was anchored and I was free from the wheel, I went down to Kurtz's cabin. On the third night, I found him weakening fast.
Yes.
How are you tonight, Mr. Kurtz?
Well enough to be back at my station. That place is mine. You've no right to take me away. That manager, that stupid scoundrel, he wants my ivory. He's blocked me at every turn.
Don't excite yourself, Mr. Kurtz. You're sick, you know.
Sick? Sick? Not so sick as you'd like to believe. Never mind. I'll carry out my ideas yet. I will return. I'll show you what can be done here. You with your little peddling notions. You're interfering with me. I will return. I have more to do than die here in this stinking jungle.
You're not going to die, Mr. Kurtz.
Of course I'm not going to die. I have too much to accomplish. Close the shutter, will you? That light. Did you close the shutter, Mr. Marlowe?
The shutter is closed, sir.
Tighter, tighter. I can't stand the light. I tell you. You must show them you have in you something that is really profitable. The methods you use aren't important. I was driven. No matter. You must take care of the motives, Mr. Marlowe. Right motives, always. That's the thing.
Very true, sir.
It was the manager, that noxious fool, who drove me to it. He pried into my boxes when I was not looking. He destroyed me with the company. But I was the company. I was the company. I sent them more ivory. More ivory. That's what they wanted. Ivory.
You must be quiet, sir.
Ivory. That light, shut up. That light.
There is no light, sir.
It's the ivory. The ivory. Horror. Horror.
The next day, soon after dawn, they lowered his body into a muddy hole in the bank of the murky river. We started downstream again. Among his belongings was a packet of letters and the photograph of a girl. 6 months later, those letters and the picture took me to a house in Antwerp. I stood before the mahogany door on the first floor.
Dear Mr. Marlowe, please come in.
I have certain letters for you.
Yes. You were his friend. You must have been if he gave you these and sent you to me.
Yes, I was his friend.
Who was not his friend who had heard him speak once? Who drew men towards him right up his destiny? It was the gift of the great. But you have heard him. You know.
Yes, I know.
And all of this, all of his promise, and of all his greatness, of his generous mind, of his noble heart, nothing remains. Nothing but a memory. You and I.
We shall always remember him.
And his example. Men looked up to him. His goodness shone in every act. I believe in him more than anything on earth. Forgive me. I've mourned so long in silence. In silence. You were with him to the last.
At the very end. I heard his very last words.
Repeat them. I want something to live with. His last word to live with. Don't you understand? I loved him. I loved him. I loved him.
The last word he pronounced was your name.
My friend Marlowe ceased. The story was over. Nobody moved for a time.
Well, we've lost the first of the ebb.
I raised my head. The offing was barred by a black bank of clouds, and the tranquil waterway leading to the uttermost ends of the earth flowed somber under an overcast sky and seemed to lead into the heart of an immense darkness.
and the Mercury Theatre on the Air have just brought you an original dramatization of The Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad, with Orson Welles as the author and as Kurt.